if and when you get to South Korea, you know, would be kind of nice if you could get back to where I was served some time.
Yeah, where you were stationed?
Yeah, I was just a little past the Yalu River.
Yeah.
You know, the 38th parallel.
Yeah.
In Korea, and I was in Battery D of the 9036
Wow.
field artillery. You know, and originally when I got drafted over there, I spent some time in what they called field wire communication.
Okay.
A switchboard operator.
Yeah.
And laying field wire, you know, for communications between the different batteries.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I did, you know.
And you were laying that wire?
But then after a couple months of doing that, the kind of cooks rotated out of my unit, which was, like I say, Battery D, and they were in Arkansas field artillery guys, you know, from the, what do you classify them, I guess, as National Guard outfit, National Guard outfit out of Arkansas. And, you know, so the cooks rotated out, and they were looking for volunteers. And they said, don't ever volunteer for anything that they asked you to volunteer for, but I did. I volunteered for cooking.
Yeah.
So, you know, the only cooking I ever knew was what I had done at home, because I used to help out my...
How long were you over there before they had asked for volunteers for that?
About 2 months.
2 months.
So I was in the, you know, active service, you know, for earning points. You could earn like so many points a month, you know, like 3 points a month, and you needed like 36 points to move out.
Okay.
You know, so I was over there about a year.
Okay.
And then the war ended.
Then you never had guard duty.
Yeah, and of course that was one of the fringe benefits of being a cook, is you didn't have to have guard duty.
There we go.
Which I couldn't stand. I had hard guard duty. I did guard duty before I was a cook.
Yeah.
And it just never agreed with me.
Was it just the hours or what?
Well, I just didn't like standing out there, you know, on the outskirts of our compound.
Yeah.
You know, waiting for somebody to come up and attack you in the dark.
Right.
You know, it was just didn't agree with me.
Keeps your nerves on high, I'm sure.
When I volunteered for cooking, guard duty was gone, and I was home free.
Yeah.
You know, besides eating like a champ, and you know, just, you know, having good, preparing good food and stuff. You know, it fitted me just fine being a cook. And I worked with a bunch of great guys.
Yeah.
These guys were mostly regular Army fellows.
Yeah.
And they had been in the Army. You know, they had served in Europe. You know, these guys were all veterans, and you know they all had quite a bit of rank. You know, we had, even though we weren't a big outfit, we probably had 180 guys in our outfit. Not a real big one, but we had enough rank, you know, like for example, I can still remember his name, Sergeant Hayes. You know, Master Sergeant.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, it felt pretty good to be working with these guys that were regular Army guys that, you know, they knew how to cook, and they passed on, you know, keep it a secret. They know how to make something, they share it with you. And,
that's good.
So
you got to learn a lot.
We fit our guys, you know, the 180 guys in our battalion or battery,
Yeah.
which that's what they classified, batteries in the artillery. That was Battery D, 936 Field Artillery.
Did you?
Members of I Corps in the 8th Army,
Okay.
8th Army in Korea.
Did you stay in touch with a lot of those guys after serving?
No. The only ones I ever stayed in touch with, there was a couple from Minnesota. One of them just died recently. His name was Bill Cuban, and he inherited his dad's company, Kurt Manufacturing. He inherited that company from his dad, and he built the company up to quite a. Now it's an employee-owned company. All of his employees own the company,
Wow.
and they're a kind of a national, international, type operation.
Yeah.
Just a wonderful
That's
legacy that he left.
Yeah, that's really
You know.
neat.
Well, he was one, and then there was a couple others that I have since. I've had contact with them.
either.
One was from Iowa, and he settled up in I'm trying to think of the name of that town that your mother's from. Up
Park
north.
Rapids?
Park Rapids area.
Park Rapids, yeah.
Huh.
The Park Rapids, yeah. That was one of the fellows that I can remember, and then there was another one from Austin, Minnesota.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's just a couple guys that
Yeah.
I've been in contact with.
Yeah, it's probably easier nowadays with the internet to stay more in contact with guys who serve
Yeah, the
versus,
internet wasn't
even phones
hadn't been invented yet.
Yeah.
It probably wasn't invented until the 90s.
Yeah.
What did you have? Party lines or different things for phone? You just had phones at that point, or mail, right? I mean, you had phones at that point, right?
Oh yeah, we had phones. Yeah, and even in the army, in spite of the fact that all we had a switchboard.
Okay.
That was our contact between the batteries. Say there's 4 batteries in a battalion, and we were just one of them.
Mhm.
And if we wanted to contact another battery, we'd have to dial them up on the switchboard, chat with them that way, And at one time I tried to just for kicks, I tried to contact a fellow that I used to work with at Honeywell, my good friend Jim Grant, and I tried to get a hold of him through the switchboard.
Yeah.
Well, you can imagine trying to go through a switchboard when you're 60 miles north of the 38th parallel. And how many outfits were you going to have to go through and transfer your call?
That's wild.
I think I got through like 5 or 6.
And finally just gave up.
I finally, threw in the towel.
So did they put you on hold when you were?
Well,
when
I
it was
can't, whatever. I think that's probably what happened was when I
Yeah.
was switching from one to the other,
Yeah.
trying to get through. Because what I'm trying to locate is a guy that he was actually south of Seoul, Korea,
Okay.
and I was north of Seoul, Korea.
Yeah.
I maybe 60 miles north. And all there is between us and them is he was with an engineering group,
Yeah.
I'm with an artillery group, and you're trying to go through switchboard, So anyway, it's almost an impossible task to, you know, but I tried.
I've seen them. I've seen pictures of those big switchboards, and you know, just I think like women operators, especially whenever the war was going on, of how they would have to learn how to, you know, plug in everything, you know,
Yeah.
and it's just amazing, you know, seeing how technology has progressed, you know, along the way.
Yeah,
But at that
yeah.
point, just those
Yeah.
giant switchboards,
Yeah.
and to plug it in and unplugging, and you know, they got their headsets on, and
How old were you at this time?
22.
22.
Yeah. It was, I was born in 1930, and when I got drafted into the Army, I was 22 years old.
Yeah.
Considered old, you know,
Right.
to be a draftee.
Yeah.
Here I am only 22 thinking I'm old.
Yeah.
You know, whereas, you know, God's sakes,
Yeah.
you know, but at any rate, I lose my train of thought a little bit, but the conditions were pretty damn good when I think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, even looking back, you know, what was happening, and you know how I was trying to contact. I think as I was telling you originally, I was trying to get a hold of my good friend that I had worked with at Honeywell. Because actually I had started work at Honeywell when I was 19 years old. That was 1949. I didn't get drafted until, I got married in 1949,
Okay.
September 15th, 1949.
That's when you married Grandma Patty.
That's when I married, yes, Patty. And, but then what happened there was, I got married in 49, so I was married 3 years before I was drafted.
Yeah.
The only reason I got drafted was I had no children.
really,
That was the reason I got drafted. They ran out of single men.
I don't know if you've seen this in a good long while, but this was the ring here on the front. The solitaire is the one that you
There was-
proposed to Patty with, and then I added these two on the side, and that I got from my dad whenever I was born.
Yeah. You show that to Jeannie?
Yeah.
That was my original ring that I gave Patty when.
It was just the solitaire here and on the edge. And then I added the two diamonds that I got whenever I was born from my dad, and then added the wedding band as well around
That's
it.
pretty
so
nice.
Oh.
Beautiful.
That's nice.
Sits around it.
Ring.
Oh, you know, it's fun to have a piece of Nick's family with, you know, a piece of my history
it's
as well,
nice.
you know.
It's really nice.
It's
yeah.
vintage. It's you know, vintage for sure. 1949 though is when he proposed to her.
You were asking me, we were talking about.
Yeah, just
You didn't have kids. You got drafted because you didn't have any kids.
yeah. I guess I was going to be curious about. So you were with Honeywell for 3 years there too.
Yeah, 3 years, and then that's when I got drafted
Yeah.
because I had no children. And the Korean War was going on, and the draft was active, but they you know, they got me because I didn't have children. They naturally would, you know,
Right.
that's the way the draft worked. And so at any rate,
Tell them who you saw when you were first over there. Your sister?
oh well, that was before I got to Korea. I was on a troop ship. We left Seattle, Washington, you know, and there was like 4,000 guys on the ship. It was a Liberty ship, you know, that was activated from the Second World War. They had put some of these in mothballs, but they took them out because they could use them to
Yeah.
transport the troops.
Crazy. Yeah.
You know, so here I am on this ship going over, and first of all, we were going to stop in Japan.
Okay.
that was the process. You would take the troop ship, you'd go over to like Yokohama or Japan. There was an army base where they did things like processing you. You know,
Yeah.
you show up, you're a number. They process you through, and they get you ready to wherever they. When you're going over to Korea, you don't know where the hell you're going to end up, right? No, because you're just out of basic training.
Right.
I went through basic training in Fort Sill, Oklahoma.
How long from when you got the letter in the mail that said you've been drafted? I'm assuming they sent you a letter in the mail, right? That's
Yeah.
probably how you got it. How
Yeah.
long before you got that, or from when you got that letter to being in Japan, or from basic training?
Well,
to-
the basic training, you usually go through basic training, and it's like 16 weeks.
Okay.
You know, maybe it's 8 weeks of what you would call just everybody does it. You know, just routine stuff. You know, you
Physical fitness stuff.
yeah,
Like
physical fitness is a big part of it.
that. Yeah.
You know, I thought I was in pretty good shape when I got drafted, but my God, I was in better shape
Yeah.
after I went through that basic training.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, it's basically because you know all the calisthenics and you do a lot of running.
Yeah.
You know, you don't realize it at the time, but you know when you're with a bunch of people and you're all together,
Yeah.
and you're going through calisthenics and you know different trials and chin-ups and just all the different things you do, you don't realize that you're getting in better shape. The reason you know another reason you know you're in better shape is after you've been in there and you've done this they give you a kind of a half-assed test when you first get in there, you know,
Yeah.
and they had a way of rating how well you did, and but now after you've been in there like 10, 12, 13, 14 weeks, they give you another test, and that, believe me, you made hell of a lot of progress. you know, judging by the rating system they
Yeah.
have, and you feel good. But now you're ready, you know. But then the other now you're ready for
More
for whatever,
specialized.
for whatever comes. You know,
Yeah.
that's what they've done. They prepare you for it. Then the other thing is I went to 8 weeks of school, a specialist school, for the artillery.
Okay.
And in there you're you know, I was being prepared, you know, like for finding the data and things like for firing artillery shells. There's quite a bit of data involved in that. There's things like you've got to keep track of, like when you fire a howitzer and a shell goes out, you know, these shells are rotating. They're rotating, you know, like this, and what happens is mathematically you can figure out, you know, by the distance,
Yeah.
the trajectory, and all the mathematics that are involved to get that shell, you know, to land and hit the target.
Yeah.
And then you have things like forward observers. Some guy that's in the infantry, you know, he's a forward observer, and he takes a look at the target that you just fired at, and you can chart that.
Yeah.
You can lay it out on paper, and then you got to figure out to make an adjustment.
Yeah.
You know, you swivel a cannon or you change the trajectory, or you know, a lot of mathematics involved, and that's what I was in. doing that sort of thing.
Wow.
Although I didn't utilize it when I got to Korea because I volunteered
You've got out of it.
I volunteered for cooking.
Yeah.
But some of my friends, one of them, I think that you and I went to his funeral a couple of years ago. They had Fred Weiss,
Yeah.
and down in Bloomington. We went to his funeral, and he actually followed through and did some of that things that we were trained for.
Wow.
A lot of people get trained for certain things, but shit, you're probably, when you get over to Korea, where are you needed?
Right.
I could have, and I didn't want to have this happen, but I mean, I could have ended up in the infantry,
Yeah.
On the front lines, right? That's
On the front lines, yeah. In matter of fact, I had one of my friends that was a cook from the, and I can still remember Pete. I can still remember the guy, Pete Croucher,
Yeah.
and I thought it very unusual. A nice guy, a heck of a nice guy, but he wanted to. He was regular Army again. He says, hell with this artillery thing, I want to get in the infantry.
Yeah.
He's a young guy, and I suppose just, he wants to.
See that
Yeah, so he rotated out of our place
Yeah.
to get in the infantry.
Interesting.
Where most guys, when they're in the infantry, they want to get the hell out of there, in one piece.
That's right.
wow.
So, but everybody to their own,
Yeah.
and Pete Croucher was just, I can still remember him, like, just his mannerisms and some of the things. He's a guy that just loved beer. He just loved beer,
Yeah.
He would have a case of beer for himself, but he might only drink a half a dozen cans a day. But between that and he loved to read.
Yeah.
I can just remember how he loved to read, and I can remember how often he'd be reading something that would hit his funny bone, and he just laughed like, he'd laugh like crazy, But he one of those guys that's kind of unforgettable, that people like that.
Once he moved over into infantry, did you hear from him again?
No,
after
never
that?
heard heard another thing from him.
Yeah,
We
curious.
weren't just the kind of kept in.
Yeah.
He's just another guy, another number.
We'll have to.
Moved on,
So Jillian's stepdad has some contacts, some military contacts that are historians that maybe we can pull out some of the names that you've said already and kind of see if we can find any information on them. That'd be kind of neat to see.
Do you think you could spell his last name? You say Croucher?
Croucher.
Croucher.
Oh, I'm not to tell you the truth. I'd have to guess at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just can't remember ever seeing it spelled out. I just know it was Pete Croucher, and I know he was from California.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
That's the
Oh.
things I know about him.
Sure.
Yeah, we do. We've got a couple of a couple of my stepdad's friends who are, I mean, they go back in the archives. Some that live over there in DC, and they're able to go through a lot of the old military archives that aren't digitized. And it's really cool to see and pull out some of the different things. Like they found a lot of stuff about my grandfathers, and I'd be interested to see if we can give them a list of names, if there's anything that they could find. It'd be interesting to see if there's any.
Oh yeah, God, nothing better than it. If I ever heard of what happened to him.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is what happened to him. If somebody found that out, I'd be
cool.
extremely interested in knowing. I mean,
Yeah.
my God. Yeah.
It's been so long between now and then.
Yeah.
So, taking it back a little bit, so you're born in 1930. Tell me about your parents, and we can get back to more, of the time you spent
Yeah.
serving. I'm just curious, kind of your
Yeah.
earlier years. Like, what was your mom like? What was your dad like?
Yeah. Well,
You know, because you had a few siblings, right?
yeah, I did. Quite a few siblings. I was one of 11,
Yeah.
and I think I was number 7.
Okay.
You know, of I think five boys and 6 boys and what five girls.
Okay.
It'd be like that would I can make sure it adds up to 11. But that's what it was, and you know, my mother and dad were. My dad was. First of all, I got to talk about my dad a little bit because my dad was handicapped. My dad was. My dad's parents. His mother was like. His dad was 100% German,
Okay.
and his mother was French and Indian.
Okay.
Okay, so my mother and dad, my dad was born up on the White Earth Indian.
Bina. Was it Bina?
Yeah, the town of Bina,
Okay.
really, which is I think on the White Earth Indian, right?
Cass Lake
Right.
area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the Cass Lake, yeah. That's where he was born, and my mother married my dad in 1918. That made my mother 16, and my dad 21.
Okay.
Okay, well, I just want to mention that my dad was handicapped because he lost his arm in a hunting accident.
That's right.
He was a kid at the time. I don't know how old, maybe 12 or so. And they were out hunting and with a shotgun, he evidently a twig or something caught the trigger
Mm.
and shot himself in the arm.
Okay.
And eventually,
How old was he when that happened?
probably 10 or 11 or 12, you know, a young kid,
Yeah.
but out hunting with probably his relatives,
Right.
you know, mother, or probably his dad,
Yeah.
you know. But anyway, he lost his arm, so now here he was handicapped in an Indian, and but at least they had his dad. I gotta remember my dad telling me about his dad,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
my grandfather, and he wanted, he thought to himself, you kids, if you ever want to mount anything, you're gonna have to get off of this reservation, you know. But anyway, my dad then was sent away to what they call boarding school, and he went to a boarding school in Valparaiso, Indiana.
Mm.
Now he's one of the little kids that was taken away from his parents
That's what I was going to ask.
and
Yeah.
sent away to school.
Yeah.
And so that's what he did. But when he was there, then he learned to be because he's handicapped. He learned to be a telegraph operator with one arm.
Yeah.
He could type and take messages. Ended up being a skill that he could take out into the, into industry. And his first job with doing that was with the railroad. He was a telegraph operator with the railroad.
Wow. Do you know
Yeah.
Do you know which one?
Well,
It was
I just know that they lived in western Minnesota.
one. Let's see. What's the name of that town?
It's the name of the town my sister Ruthie was born in.
Yeah.
My,
Near the B. Breckenridge.
Breckenridge, yeah, that's Breckenridge. you're
Breckenridge,
right.
Minnesota.
Yeah, so western Minnesota.
Yeah.
So my
Wapaton.
dad, that was his job. He was telegraph operator, with the railroad. So I don't know exactly what they do, but I suppose they keep the railroad abreast of what's going, when the trains are coming through and
Yeah.
when
switch
they're
the
being
tracks and-
unloaded and all that kind of stuff. Because that was a way of commerce,
Mhm.
Yeah.
The railroads would drive in the country at that time,
Yeah.
that was. But anyway, then that's what my parents did, but then my dad, the story goes that he kind of lost that job because he had put in a good word for his brother, and his brother was also working for the railroad, but then for some reason his brother got caught up in some kind of scam that was going on at the time, and he got blamed for it. And in a way, my dad. So the way the story goes, my dad got blamed for it too. So then my dad ended up having to leave that job, and he moved then to the Twin Cities. Okay, at the Twin Cities, then here my mother and dad move, and they've got, I think at the time, either 4 or 5 little kids.
Wow, that's quite a pack to move.
Yeah, well, what happens is my mother, these are hard times, though. These are back in probably the 20s.
Depression,
Really,
right?
Depression years,
Yeah.
really hard times. And my mother got a job, in a restaurant. You know what her pay was?
What?
Food.
Oh, shit.
Food.
Working for food.
Yeah, and so my oldest sister Ruthie, my mother would leave my older sister Ruthie, and she's only maybe six years old, to watch after the other little kids.
Wow, 6 years old.
Well, I mean, the kids are all probably, how old are they? They're probably
Babies.
6 or 7 years
Just
old.
babies.
The oldest one is maybe 7,
Right.
and there's 4 of them. So,
They just had to do, right? That's just what they had to do.
Yeah, that's what you do. So you learn that responsibility. Talk about it at a young age.
And tell her your kids went to the park.
Well, yeah, that's what they did with the kids. My mother would have, there was no babysitters. She'd leave Ruthie in the park while she worked at the restaurant for food, to help them out, get them something to eat, and then they eventually made their way to Minneapolis, and they moved up to the south side of Minneapolis, in the Riverside area, and that's kind of where I was born, in the Riverside area
Okay.
of Minneapolis, and I was born at the I want to say, I think it was called the General Hospital at that time.
Just the
Yeah.
general hospital.
There was
Yeah.
another small hospital. What was it? Near the knee.
Wasn't Abbott. Abbott came out about later.
No,
There's a lot of small hospitals.
yeah, but at any, I want to say Riverside, but Riverside had something to do with it, that's where the hospital was. Riverside Avenue in
St.
Minneapolis.
Barnabas was down there.
Yeah.
So your dad, he ended up finding a job then down in the Twin Cities?
Well, my dad ended up finding a job in the Twin Cities, and it was with a postal telegraph company.
Okay.
Now remember, he's a
Yeah.
he can take messages and he can type, you know, with the one hand and stuff. This is things that he learned going to that Indian school in Indiana.
Yeah.
You know, it was a skill.
Yeah.
You know, shit, for one thing, most people, I mean, I'd listen to these dots and dashes.
Yeah.
Mean a goddamn thing to me, you know.
Yeah.
So I put a microphone on and I got a bunch of dots and dashes.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to be able to decipher that, you know. They, you know, they tell you, well, this is what this means and this is what that means. Well, here, you know, so what? You
Yeah,
know,
you gotta have a
it
pretty
doesn't mean a
keen
hell
ear.
of a lot to hear that.
Well, it's fast too.
And
It's so
yeah,
fast.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and, you know, but that's what you learn to do.
Western
you know.
Union, yeah.
Yeah, Western Union, Postal Telegraph was, and that's what he did. My dad did that for quite a few years, you know. And then as time went on, my dad ended up getting a job at Honeywell during the war, and then he was in security and that sort of thing, and you know, keeping track of the company property,
Yeah.
you know. So
Is that how you got into Honeywell? Was your dad working for Honeywell?
No, guess what? I got into Honeywell because my mother worked there.
Oh, really?
My mother was a punch press operator,
Okay.
and she was interesting in herself
Yeah.
because, you know, she told me
During
that.
the war.
Yeah, she was there during the war, and she had some of the guys come up to her and ask her, Ruth, my mother's name was Ruth, you're going to give this job up now, aren't you? You know, all those GIs coming back from overseas and needing work and stuff like that. She says, are you kidding? I need this job.
Yeah.
I got bills. No, she wasn't going to give up that guy.
Yeah, no way.
No, that was the figment of their imagination.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
No, but anyway, my mother then was working at Honeywell, and she went up to the personnel department, and she says, I've got a son that's graduating from high school, you know, that's going to be looking for work. And they says, why don't you send him over, you know? So I went over there, applied, and got a job.
That's awesome.
But, you know, the one thing that the personnel person said, I said to me or to my mother, you're on your own. You're on your own. You're not going to be on your mother's laurels.
Right.
You're not going to be on your mother's laurels as good as she is at doing what she does. You're going to have to earn your own way, which was damn good advice.
Right.
You know.
You learned that.
So anyway, that's, you know, I started working
I'd say
there.
great for her.
Started working there in '49, and you know, it used to be quite nice because I'd be working in the manufacturing department. My mother worked in the punch press department, which was the lower level. You know, sometimes I'd eat lunch and I'd take a stroll downstairs and over to the punch press department, and she had a bunch of girlfriends. You know, they were all punch press operators, and you know, women were nimble with their fingers. They could really, you know, put these little pieces in a punch press, and then, you know, hit the lever on with their foot, you know, the lever, and the punch would come down and punch whatever detail you wanted to make, you know, and she was just, you know, they could do it, and they had the patience to do it, and they could do it like, you would do like thousands of these pieces,
Wow.
Thousands, you know, many thousands. I mean, I can remember her telling me, well, I made 18,000 of these, 18,000 of these goddamn pieces. Well, that's when I mentioned that I do tool and die work.
Mm-hmm.
That's the understanding that you have to have. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We build these machines
To do that, be able to do that.
can do that.
Right.
And since I started doing this, you know, there's been a lot of advances made.
Mm.
You know, like we do what you call progressive dies.
Mm.
That's where you feed a strip of steel and a ribbon of steel into a press, and then simultaneously you do different things to the part so that everything is done at one time on that one part.
Wow.
So you might have a 10-station die where each station is doing a little bit different thing to it.
Yeah.
But because you have control of the advances that this material makes through it, you can, mathematically you can figure that out, lay it out, design it, and stuff like that, so that each stroke of the press you get a finished part.
Bingo. So it's more efficient, right?
So, they talk about automation though. Well, this was automation, or they talk about computerization. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
But in this particular, it's you don't have the use of the computer. You just have the use of mathematics.
Right.
How you can do so. But anyway, it's kind of work I've done, for
Long time.
for 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
A long time. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if you talked about your grandparents at all, or if you remember your grandparents.
Well, I don't remember much, because when I was a little kid, back in the 30s, maybe even the late 20s, because I shouldn't say the late 20s. I wasn't born yet, because I wasn't born until 1930. But say 1935, I can remember going up to Walhalla, North Dakota, with my dad, but with the family, with the kids that were born then, in my family.
Yeah.
So, if I'm number 7, well, then there was 7 of us.
Oh my gosh.
How
did you travel back then? How did you go that way?
My dad had what they call a car, Willis Knight. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
No.
Woodless?
Willis.
And then the first ones were Willis Knights.
I'm gonna have to look this. We'll have to look it up afterwards. I'm so
Matter of
interested.
fact, I might have a picture of a Willis Knight in my drawer in there.
Oh, really?
I'll go get it.
Yeah, I'm
Just
actually
because,
really interested to see.
I can kind of show
Yeah, no problem.
you.
We'll pause this.
The running boards on it, the times have changed. I go into the bedroom to look up that article on I've got a picture of a Willis Knight. In the meantime, you guys go on go on Google, and you gotta bring it into me and show me your photo already. Yeah, sakes.
That's okay. Do you remember what color yours was? That your
Well,
family
no,
had?
like I say,
A lot of cars are black.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
That's the color I remember it being.
Black, yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think I have a picture of I'll have to have a copy of it made for you guys, just so you can see that my grandfather, I'm not sure, we got the whole, his kids standing out in front of a car.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same one as Knight or
a
if it
different
was
one?
one that he owned,
That was a pretty popular vehicle at the time.
Yeah, it was a popular, just like Jeannie, you were saying that your parents owned one.
And then it was Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was just popular
And
car.
I was probably, maybe in not high school, grade school, yeah.
Was that an expensive thing to have back then?
Well, for example, I can remember, now here I am 4 or 5 years old, but I can remember getting in that Willis Knight with my mother and dad and the kids and taking off for North Dakota.
To go see your grandparents.
And you had to stay overnight.
It was, a 500-mile trip, but it took us a couple days to get there.
Right.
It isn't like it is now. You could leave in the morning and get there by nightfall.
Right.
Now it was a 2-day trip, and
Yeah.
you'd have to make plans to You know, you didn't have motels and hotels and stuff like that
Did you
either.
camp? Did you camp out on the way?
We did. We'd stay in a park.
Wow.
You know, you'd stay in a small town park.
Yeah.
But you know, what else? Where else were you? They didn't even have things like motels and hotels.
So would you pitch a tent and just everybody on the floor and kind of curl up and
You
sleep?
get a
bags?
blanket, just lay out there in a blanket. I mean, if it rained, I don't know what we would have done. But you know, for the most part, that's just the way you did things.
Right.
You know, for example, if they did have a place for you to stay, you wouldn't have probably have been able to afford to stay there anyway.
With 7 kids, I mean, no
Yeah.
joke.
Yeah. But anyway, you know, then of course we get up to North Dakota, and you know this is Walhalla, North Dakota, and it's
Tell them how close to the northern border.
5 miles from the Canadian border.
Wow.
That's, I mean, about as far north as you could get.
Just about,
Still be in
right?
the country,
Yeah.
you know, but that's you know, and I can still remember back then, here we were, you know, staying with them, and then we would make a little side trip, and we'd go visit the Hutterites and the Mennonites. These were sects of people that were different. Well, they let me put it this way: they had I think they had their own like religion, but they were persecuted, like in Europe, and they were forced to leave Europe, and they found places like in the United States. States like Iowa, North and South Dakota,
Yeah.
and stuff that would welcome them,
Mhm.
you know, to come and settle the land as pioneers, and
Right.
stuff like that. And then of course they weren't discriminated against. That was, you know, if you're used to being discriminated against
Right.
and you know made uncomfortable, you know.
So they married each other.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what happened is they had some intermarriage,
Mhm.
like with the Mennonites, and I can still remember that when I'm 5 years old. I can still remember going into like a Mennonite village,
Yeah.
and you'd have the people, you knew there was something that wasn't quite right with them, you know, just by looking at them and
Yeah.
the way they walked and the way they did things. They could do things that even a 5-year-old could recognize that wasn't copacetic.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I can still remember that, and you remember that at a young age.
Right.
People are not like you, you know, they're strange.
Right.
You know, and they acted that way too.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the thing, you know, so that I encountered, you know, was things like, you know, like instead of horses pulling a wagon, the little kids would be pulling a wagon. Stuff
Oh,
like that.
interesting.
Oh, wow.
Stuff like that, you know, it was. I tried to think of what it was that was so unusual, but that was the thing that made it unusual, I guess, is you recognized it as a young kid.
Something
you know.
that stood out, right?
But anyway, that's you know, that's when I knew I can still remember my grandfather, Sam Broughton, and I can remember Phoebe, his wife. That was really his second wife. My mother's mother passed away maybe a year after she was born, but she died while she was giving birth to one of my mother's siblings.
Did the siblings survive, or?
No, I don't think so. I think
Okay.
mother and baby both passed away.
Mm.
You know, but you know, that was my only encounters that I can remember from when I was, you know, 4 or 5 years old.
Well, that's quite a long distance to be. Them living in North Dakota.
Them living in North Dakota, and then my mother taking the family. You know, it was nice that we did that, but not an easy thing to do.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was just,
Long
Yeah.
journey.
boy.
What about your dad's parents? Do you remember them at all, or had they already passed?
No, I don't remember my dad's mother or dad. No, I do have recollections of my mother's mother and dad.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though her mother was like stepmother.
Got
Okay.
it. Phoebe, you said her name was.
Phoebe, yeah.
Got it.
Phoebe, yeah, she was,
Now, she'd been the girlfriend before he married him.
well, I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, I think yeah. But I don't know exactly, you know,
Yeah.
but they did have some estrangement there in that when my mother and Judith and her brother Gordon, there was three, my grandfather had 3 children,
Mm.
and
That's Sam Broughton.
and then she died, and Sam Broughton's wife died in childbirth.
Right.
You know, my mother was still a baby herself. You know.
Do you know what he did for work?
Hmm?
What Sam did for work?
He was a farmer.
He was a farmer.
Yeah, that's what he was. He was a farmer. You know, up on, you know, I don't think there were land. You know, maybe he had like 500 acres,
Right.
but you know, I suppose you classify him as a wheat farmer.
Okay.
You know, they had to grow something there, barley, maybe barley and wheat.
Yeah.
But yeah, that. Let's see, what else was I going to say there?
So how many children did they have at Phoebe and,
Oh, yeah, okay, that gets back to,
That's what you're at.
I mentioned that my mother was kind of estranged there
Yeah.
in that what happened was that then Phoebe and Sam had children,
I see.
and they had maybe 4 or 5 kids. So now these are all like half brothers and half sisters to my mother. But then Phoebe treated her kids a lot better than
Yeah.
she did the 3 kids that were, you know,
In the previous.
she had inherited, you know, for Sam's family, you know, and then that, but anyway, that's, what happens is, because my mother and her sister Judith and Gordon were kind of mistreated, I don't think they could probably wait to get out of there.
Don't blame you.
You know, I think my mother, you know, had to go live with her uncle, you know,
Yeah.
and Judith, well, my mother also got married, my mother was 16
Wow.
when she married, you know, in 1918. And her sister Judith was maybe a year older than Ruth, my mother Ruth, and she got married young too. But I think that's what happened. The girls get, you know, when they get a chance to get married, they probably take it.
Right.
And
so what happened to Gordon?
and then Gordon, you know, I think Gordon, there was a kind of a bad deal too between Gordon and his dad. You know, they didn't get along. And it had to do with the fact that you know, a new mother and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
he ended up moving to Chicago.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Wow.
he ended up moving to Chicago. And,
Quite a long ways. I mean, that's almost double the distance at that point, right?
Oh, yeah, at that point, yeah. But, you know, that was more or less to get away from the situation too,
Right.
and probably, you know, new life and all that kind of stuff.
Lots of opportunity though in Chicago, you know, just
Yeah,
being a
but
bigger
then
city.
I think they kind of lost contact with them. And that's
Over
sort
the
of
years.
two sisters too, you know, and Gordon. Yeah. But anyway, that was about as much as I can remember about my grandparents. You know.
So you were living in Minneapolis then, and you know what was when you started to go to school? Did you like going to school? Were you know, how was that for you?
Yeah, you know, it was because we moved quite often. I went to quite a few different schools, different grade schools. I can remember going to, you know, just to name a few: John Erickson, Longfellow, Lindale.
Tell me about your first grade friend. That you and your what's that guy's name that I met?
You've met him because I still go to these reunions.
Good.
And I haven't seen the one kid now for a couple of years, but because I don't think I don't think he is able to go anymore. But are you talking about when I had
The girl. See, that makes me smile. Yeah.
And
I know, I see that.
And actually, you know, we had every time I seen this kid that I went to school with.
First grade.
Yeah, in kindergarten, like
Kindergarten.
first, second grade, you know. Like I say, I changed schools quite a few times.
Right.
I went to kindergarten in one school and second, third grade in another one and that sort of thing. But this kid's name was Elvin, and I can remember every time I see him. You still remember Dixie? Her name was Dixie Doherty.
Oh, is that the girl you guys fought over? Or
Those
what?
luncheons.
Well, she
And the
was
last couple years, I think he's died.
she was
Kids are talking about first grade girl.
she was so cute.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we still remember.
So we
her.
know that he wasn't lying.
Oh my
because the other
God,
guy,
how
he
cute.
said, "Oh, she was so cute."
How cute.
Yeah. So, but that was one of the nice things about a memory even is that when you have pleasant memories, you don't forget them.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. But so I went to different grade schools, and I graduated from junior high. It was Bryant Junior High. That's down in the neighborhood where there's where the Floyd guy just got killed.
Yeah. Near 38th in Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah, this was 38th and like 3rd Avenue.
Okay.
That's where Bryant Junior High was.
Don't forget to tell about Nicollet Field. You know how what you did for jobs then when you were little.
Oh, Nicollet Ballfield you're talking about, yeah. You know, there was quite a few Nicollet Fields because there was one that was just a big park.
Yeah.
And we used to play, when I was playing football and stuff, we used to scrimmage there and
Yeah.
play other teams and stuff like that. We were getting ready for the season, you know, how you scrimmage like at schools and things like that. You guys probably did the same
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab some ice cubes out real quickly. I know this is gonna be a little loud, so I'll be quick. Sorry. Jimmy, do you want anything to drink?
I'm fine.
You're
That's-
good.
But, when I was a little kid, you know, in the 14, 15-year-old range, I got a job working at the Nicolet Ballpark, and that's what Jeannie was talking about. You know, I still have some friends that did the same thing,
Yeah.
and I see them at their reunions, you know, and the one kid, that Billy Coleman, who I've introduced Jeannie to, you know, he had the pushy job of all of us kids.
Yeah.
You know, he was like the ball boy for the Minneapolis Millers.
Okay.
You know, and he worked a lot in the quarters where they used to change uniforms and all that stuff. You know,
Locker room.
he took care of their laundry and stuff
Sure.
like that for
Yeah.
him, you know. And but then, you know, he got tips and stuff too, you know. And he lived like kitty corner from the ballpark
Okay.
on Blaisdell and 31st, you know, or 32nd. Yeah, between 31st and 32nd on Blaisdell.
Yeah.
That's where, you know, so, and I knew the whole family, brothers and sisters, you know, no, when I think of it, no sisters, it was all brothers, four boys in the family.
Yeah.
I knew the whole family and the mother and dad, you know, they're just great, I mean, salt, I always like to use the term salt of the earth.
Yeah.
That's what they were salt of the earth, you know, God, they were great. And they, you know, I've run into them, still, there's like still one, still alive, that Billy Coleman, the one that I was telling you about that worked at the ballpark too. But here you know, we were little kids, you know, but we had jobs, you know, cleaning the stands, for one thing, you know, taking care of the infield,
Yeah.
you know, laying the bases down, you know, for the pitcher's mound, was all had to be prepared by the ground crew.
Yeah.
And that's what we did, you know, and when I think about it, they
Get
disregarded,
big money for that now.
they disregarded things like child labor. And they, you know,
It keeps you out of trouble though, you know?
yeah, but you know, nobody enforced them. I mean, nobody said, hey, you guys are getting goddamn child labor there.
Right.
You know, there's a law against that, but
Everybody looked the other way.
they look the other way,
Yeah.
you know. But, you know, here we had those jobs to do, and we got paid for it,
That's good.
you know. And I still remember the guy that was a head honcho. His name was Ham Winkleman.
What a funny name.
Yeah, funny name, guy. But you know, he had some adult guys that worked for him.
Yeah.
But with all these adult guys, you know, I hired these kids, keep you in line, you know. And then the other thing that we would do, it comes back to me now. There were things like we could work outside of the ballpark, you know, for foul balls. You know, these foul balls that got hit and went over the backstop and onto the street, onto 31st Street. You know, one would come over the back of the ball and you'd run the beat down and you'd retrieve it, you know. And then what would happen when you got these foul balls, you could get somebody into the ballpark in exchange for that foul ball.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you ever catch one? Did you ever run out and get one?
Well, yeah, we used to do that. And a lot of guys got into the ballpark. I can't remember. We probably had an exchange of whatever. You know, maybe if it cost you 50 cents to get into the ballpark, you give you a quarter to get in for the ball, you know,
Wow.
that type of thing.
What kind of games were they playing? Was this like was it this? You said
There
Minneapolis
were-
Millers.
Yeah, Minneapolis Millers. That was what they called a AAA ball.
Okay.
You know, they had teams like Milwaukee back then, and you know, St. Louis, Missouri. And,
Yeah.
I mean, they had a regular, you know, and yeah, I can still remember some of the players, but you know, the guy that could really remember the players was my older brother. He was 7 years older than me,
Yeah.
Manny. And I can remember when my brother Wally was signed up with the Detroit Tigers,
Oh yeah.
you know, and he was playing out in Jamestown, North Dakota, or not North Dakota, Jamestown, New York.
We are.
Yeah, there's Jamestown, North
Yeah, I was
Dakota
gonna say,
too.
there's-
This is Jamestown, New York, in this southwestern part of New York. But you know, we went out there, you know, to watch Wally play.
Yeah.
And
As a family, you guys did that?
That was a family deal too.
How did you end up out there? Did you drive out there?
Yeah, that's what we did.
Wow.
We drove out to see him.
Wow.
And, you know,
You and Patty, wasn't it?
yeah, Patty and myself.
Okay, so this was.
This is a little later.
This was
Okay.
later on. No,
This
this
is in the 50s then, probably. sometime?
Yeah, probably.
Because Wally's that much younger than you.
Yeah, Wally was born in like 43,
Okay.
Yeah.
so you know,
Okay.
so he was 40. See, he said 40, 60, probably 63, 64. I was living in Bloomington at the time. I'd lived out there for, you know, so
Beautiful country out there.
Oh, sure.
So hold on one second. So you're in high school. You're working at the ballpark. What was the rest of high school like for you? You said you played football? Did you play other sports?
no, I just primarily played football.
Yeah.
And yeah, but you know, football, I was pretty good at playing. You know, I had really spent a couple of years, you know, playing in Parkport, but I could have played more, but I think I just played like 2 years at Parkport.
Parkboard?
Yeah.
Okay. That's just the local.
Yeah, local
Yeah.
teams. They had like light junior programs
Okay, sure.
back then. You know, if you weighed 125 pounds or less,
Yeah.
gives you an idea.
Right.
Wow, 120 pounds or less?
125.
Oh my.
Yeah.
But you know, you're like in
that's
junior
like-
or junior
Oh,
high
okay,
school,
okay. So you're young, right?
You know, you're real young,
Yeah.
and that's, you know, that's when I kind of picked up playing it, but I didn't really play it until, you know, I went and watched some of the games, like when I was like a junior. I watched, because I wasn't playing them, I watched, you know, some of the other teams play,
Yeah.
and I thought to myself, well, shit, I think I can do that good, you know, because I'd already played a couple of years, but I just didn't follow up with it until I just decided, you know, I think I can make a contribution or whatever I thought at the time to the team. And
Were you more of an offensive player or a defensive player?
I was both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played them both.
Yeah, wherever they wanted you.
We didn't have a specialist back then. You know, you played either way.
Yeah.
You know, and I played them both. But whether I think I was probably better defensive player.
Mhm.
You know, but then I made All City.
Yeah.
You know, so I made All City, and with that, I will say this, that I have a little medallion that I've gotten from making All City, and that was in 1947.
Wow.
but to me, I think that kind of changed my life around.
Yeah.
You know, as much as the little thing can mean a lot and do things for you, I think that it kind of showed me that you know, if I put my mind to it,
You've got quite a few newspaper clippings about yourself
Oh,
as a
yeah.
football
Well,
player.
because after that, then after I, you know, played football in high school, I played in the city, what they call the city league.
Mm-hmm.
And the city league was a prelude to before the Vikings
Okay.
came into town.
Yeah.
You know, and that's when high school was so popular.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they didn't have anything else
Nothing
to
else?
do on Sundays, did you? You know, you didn't have a football
You should
game
see some of those
unless you were
newspapers.
watching the
Really
Chicago
nice.
Bears or something.
Right.
You know, but I mean, you didn't have anything local.
Yeah, and that was probably on the radio even too. I imagine. I mean, it was because television. When did that first come around? Probably just about when you were born, right around that
No,
time.
48.
Oh, it was that late?
Yeah,
Okay.
47, 48.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if you were to Google when did televisions, you know, I think it was introduced, you know, prior to that,
Yeah.
but it got popular. You know, I mean, if I were to ask my mother, when did we get our
So cool
first
is that, though?
television?
Yeah.
She'd probably
Upstairs
say,
in a room.
she was what you'd call an early adopter.
Oh yeah.
So she probably 1946, 47.
Okay.
Yeah. When did,
I've seen some of those clippings of your,
yeah, well then, yeah, because, you know, well then we were written up quite a bit in the Star Tribune paper, you know, and I thought to myself, you know, if I get a chance to play, when I get to Camp Drake, I'm gonna talk to somebody.
See if you can. Why
See if I can
not?
be recruited.
Right. Yeah.
See if I can be recruited.
At
Well,
22, you were
shit.
washed up at that time, right?
Shit, well, at that, yeah. I mean, nowadays, shit,
Yeah.
they're playing when they're 40.
Yeah.
You know, so no, I wouldn't
Yeah.
have been washed up.
Yeah.
I could have probably played until I was 50.
Yeah.
When it comes right down to it. But,
Right.
but what happens is that, you know,
have you told them about seeing your sister when you got there?
oh no, I didn't do that, you know, but
Oh,
the-
yeah.
I gotta tell you that too, because, but anyway, it didn't pan out, the football thing. Much as I thought if I get a chance to do that, no, if I had gotten in there and I had known somebody, and somebody had seen me and watched me play,
Yeah.
they would have said, give him a chance,
Yeah.
hey, you know.
Right.
But then, no, there was no shit, I mean, I was, you get to Camp Drake, and shit, you're restricted to the quarters, let alone, you know, you think you're gonna go talk to somebody about, hey, can I be recruited?
Yeah.
Shit,
Not happening.
shit, you can't even get out of the goddamn place
Yeah.
to meet anybody.
Right.
So, you know, that was a pipe dream.
Yeah.
So, you know, in spite of the fact that I thought that, you know, I would be capable of, you know, if I would have gotten it, you know,
Would have been really good.
I gotta hold my own.
Yeah.
You know, but that was just a goddamn pipe dream.
So.
Go back and tell them about,
Well, hold on one second. I want to know, you know, first off, were you good in school? Did you like school? I mean, you're a smart guy. I'm assuming you could have done well. I mean,
Well, you know, I know I would not say I was good in school. I would say primarily because I had, in a way, I have to give my folks somewhat the fault for that, because it wasn't a
they
time-
paid room and board.
it wasn't a priority
yeah,
with them, you know, if it had been, if I would have realized the importance
right.
of it, but no, I think anything that, I would not say, I would say if anything, I was a goddamn dumb student. And dumb that I didn't realize it within my own self.
Right.
That you don't, in this world, you don't, or you can't really blame somebody else.
Right. Well, I mean, to an extent, though,
you got your opportunities like everybody else.
Right.
But if you don't take advantage of them, whose fault is that?
Right.
You got yourself to blame.
Yeah. But at some point, you're just a kid, and when your parents are valuing, you going to work to help support the rest of the family over you going to educate yourself, there's rationale to that too, because you have mouths to feed on,
Yeah, well, what happens a lot of times is, I think Jeannie and I have talked about that a few times, is the one thing that I did have growing up was, when I did get a job, I paid room and board right away.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I was like 14 at the time.
Bravo.
14, 15 now. If you look back at yourself,
Yeah.
were you made by your parents to do it? I wasn't really made to do that.
Yeah.
But something you did.
I just did it.
Yeah.
I just thought it's like the mother standing out there.
You try to pull
To
their
me,
hands,
it's like
kids
the
at
mother
night,
standing
you
out
gotta be
there when
crazy.
their kids are coming out of the mines, and they're put, like in that one movie, what the hell's the name of that movie? I'll think of it, but the kids are working in the mines over in Europe, and they're all coming home from work, the goddamn whistle blows, and they all come, and it's payday. The mother stands there with her apron like this, and the kids all drop money in the goddamn apron, and I thought, well, shit. To me, I want to be with that group.
Yeah.
I don't want to be with the goddamn freeloaders.
Mm-hmm.
That don't think that the world owes them a living.
Right.
So no, that's kind of where I come from.
Right.
And I've always been that way. Now I was born with that.
Yeah.
I don't.
You try to pull that. You try to pull that with your kids.
No, at one time I mentioned it, but I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
But that's the way it is, I mean, but I didn't try to, just because I did something, try to make somebody else do it. I think it either comes from within,
Yeah.
or you either have it or you don't. But and if you don't have it, it's no big thing either. I don't think. It's just the way it is. You feel one way about it or you don't.
So you were doing that at 14, 15.
Yeah, when I first got a job,
Yeah.
of course, times are such that. Now, this is the Second World War going on.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right during the 40s.
When I'm 14, I'm born in 30. The war starts in 41.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm 14 years old,
Yeah.
and I get a job working during the Second World War. I would say that I'm older than I am,
Right.
just to get the job.
Yeah.
But, you go down to the goddamn labor camp, and they were just jobs that were, well, when you got 15 million men and people in the service, shit, and the population's only, the population back then is 130.
Yeah.
That leaves 115. There's gonna be a shortfall
Sure.
in
Quite a margin.
a lot of jobs. Talk about a good job market.
Yeah.
Right. Kind of had
Yeah.
to pick too.
Yeah.
How did you notice things change? Like whenever the war started, how did you notice things change in terms of what you could find and like what was available for commodities, and how things shifted in your own house?
Well, I knew something was commodity-wise. Even when I think I told Jeannie about a job I got, you know.
Candling
when
eggs?
Well, I'm talking about when I lived on 32nd and Necklet. I don't even know. I think I told you about that. A couple doors away from me was a butcher shop. Okay? I got a job working at the butcher shop. I'm probably only 12 years old. Come on, but now there again, I did a lot of different jobs, but it was always to try to make money. I did things like selling flowers, collecting papers, delivering meat at that meat market. There was rationing. There was rationing. You had to have remember that? You had to have tokens, even to buy meat.
Wow.
But anyway, I'd go to the butcher shop and I'd get I'd get a delivery. I'd hop on a streetcar and I'd go down the Lake Street and over to Grand Avenue and transfer. I'd take that meat and I'd deliver it over to like 36th and Harriet or whatever.
Wow.
But that's what I did. But I got paid for it.
Yeah.
But and then these people would have to give you the tokens, because the stuff was rationed.
Yeah.
So there was a shortage of stuff. Even in those days, we'd collect things like, now you throw away hangers and stuff.
The wire ones?
Yeah, we'd collect those hangers and we could sell them.
Wow.
So much a piece. They're made out of metal, so there was a shortage of metal too back then, But yeah, all kinds of different things that were rationed, Yeah, it was. But that's wartime,
Savings
Okay.
bonds, I remember that.
Yeah.
So did you end up graduating high school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Central High in 48, class of 48, and I still meet, and I've had Jeannie with me because she's class of 48, Williams, Minnesota, up on the Canadian border.
Up by Badette.
Yeah, that's right.
Class of 16 kids.
Oh my goodness.
16, huh?
That's a
Most
small
of the
class.
classes were about 28 kids, but for some reason it was a bad year and there's only 16 kids.
It's cold winter, huh?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
So you graduated high school. How long after that did you meet Patty? Because you got married in 49.
well, I met Patty in high school.
You did, okay.
Yeah, Patty and I were we were choir mates.
Okay.
She was a year ahead of me,
Yeah.
but she was in choir, and that's where we met. I was in choir
Okay.
with her,
Yeah.
and we had a date, and I can remember that we went down on Nokomis Beach with a bunch of her girlfriends and their boyfriends, and we did some things like playing volleyball, things like that. And
Yeah.
that was my introduction
He
to
was
Patty.
a sophomore.
And then at the same time, we were also in choir together,
Okay.
and so I would at least see her once a day.
Was it
Was
a connection at first, or was it did she try and play hard to get for you, or you guys kind of?
It was a connection right off the bat. Yeah,
I didn't realize she was older than you.
yeah.
2 years older, is that right?
Well, a year and a half.
Year and a half?
Yeah, she was June of like 28, and I was February of 30.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
2 years in high school.
So did you guys?
Well, yeah, I guess it was because I was like probably
You're probably the beginning of your class.
40s, yeah, 47, probably 46. And then,
That's when you had classes that were graduating in between times too.
yeah, we did, you know, we had like a June and a January class.
Really?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah. And then it went once a year, you know.
So how did you?
So I still see some of those kids too, you know,
At
that
the
were like in
reunions?
the January class. They don't sit with us though, you know, there's, I'll have to point them out to you one of these times when we go to the, I've had Jeannie go to.
One of his classmates called him up for a date a couple of weeks ago.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
He had gone.
Her name is her name in high school.
Beulah.
Her name in high school was Beulah, but she goes by B now.
And I've seen her there, and she says, because I'd seen her at the luncheons, you know. I said, "Is Jeannie still with you?"
As a matter of fact,
A couple
she
weeks
is.
ago,
Oh my gosh!
he came home and told me about it. He says, "What?
I still got it, he says. No.
I think that's a riot."
Oh my gosh! No joke.
So if I go first, he's got a date waiting for him.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
So you guys dated for a little while there, and then.
Oh yeah, we were like that.
Yeah.
You know, for and myself. Yeah, we were just
Did you have a big wedding?
No,
No.
I would classify it. Oh, that's a kind of maybe of interest. Patty and I got married in February, or I'm sorry, September 15th of 1949, and we got married at the courthouse
Okay.
in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
And
The
her,
priest gave him back his money.
Are you
Okay.
serious?
what's that?
The priest gave you back your money.
Well, no, that happened on my second marriage to Patty. Okay, when
Yeah, wait a minute.
Okay, so well, what happened is we didn't get married in the church.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so you guys, you know, wasn't married in the church. So what happened was, I loved Patty enough that I married her the second. And that was in like 19 after I got out of the army,
Okay.
1954.
Okay. So then probably was this before or after my dad was born?
Before.
Before. Okay.
This is January, you know, I got out of the army in January of 54.
Wow.
Okay, I was drafted in 52.
Okay.
And I got out in 50. I spent 21 months in the army because I got out early. I was drafted for 2 years, but because I had gotten enough points
Okay.
going to, you know, Korea,
Mm-hmm.
I got out in 21 months. But I got an honorable discharge. Everything, you know, cope with that. Everything was great, you know. But then I guess. You know, what Jeannie is talking about was I married Patty then, and it was in a Catholic church, and it was this guy's name was Father Eichinger, and it was just Patty and me and the priest.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know, I gave him some money
Mm-hmm.
in an envelope or whatever, and Bugger sent it back. He sent it back to me, you know, mailed it back to me, and with a little note, you know, about I seen a couple kids with, you know, stars in their eyes or whatever.
That's really
you know,
nice.
nice little verse.
Yes.
A nice little verse, you know, and here you guys can make use of this.
Oh, that's really.
So he sent it back,
nice.
but
How kind.
that was pretty nice.
Yeah.
You know, but that was the story behind it, because I you know, here we had been married you know,
Right.
in the courthouse. You know, my best friend Chuck Ford, and Patty's best friend Thea, Wetzler. Her name was Miller at the time, but then she married, and her dad, Thea Wetzler, her dad was a minister, you know. But anyway, and then when I was leaning towards Catholicism kind of, and I had, you know, studied a little bit, but then I had kind of a change of mind or change or whatever, you know, and I just left it be. But we were buried in the Catholic Church at second time.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was by that minister that sent the money back.
How cool is that?
Yeah, that they had given them for, you know, for providing the marriage, you know, to begin with. But anyway, that's the story behind
That's
that.
a nice love story.
It really is.
And then to top it off, you know, it comes back to me now that I was working at Honeywell at the time. Well, you know, the thing is, when I got drafted in the Army, I was working at Honeywell. So my seniority, I started in Honeywell 49. My seniority kept right on going.
Oh,
Even though you were in the...
Even though I was in the Army.
Wow.
I had in 54, when I got back, should have had 5 years seniority.
Nice.
Working at Honeywell. Well, that's my connection to Honeywell too. You know, here I am, and I think I told you how my mother got me the job, and I was all on my own laurels, you know, which I thought was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's a pretty nice thing to tell a kid.
Yeah.
You know, goddamn it, you're not gonna rest on your mother's laurels. You
Right.
better, you better toe the line here and
Prove yourself.
and you know.
Make your own.
So I took it to heart, and I did, you know. But anyway, when I went to school, you know, I come back and I'm working on manufacturing, you know, making parts, you know, for Honeywell was big in controls, they're big in everything nowadays. They sold the company and it's all headquartered out of New Jersey, but you know, it's a hell of a company, aeronautical, just anything to do with high tech.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the Honeywell controls.
Yeah.
And it goes way back to when they made controls, you know, for the heating and air conditioning, you know, for, what do you call them, I guess, I want to say thermometers.
Thermostat.
Thermostat,
Yep.
that's the word I was trying to think of.
Tried to-
But anyway,
So you're with, how long were you with Honeywell then after you got out?
well, I left Honeywell, yeah, I had 19 years.
Oh, were you good at saving money? Did you save a lot of money while you were working, even when you were younger, 14, 15?
Yeah, I did. Well, you know, I had to, you had to.
Yeah.
You know, you had, yeah, I guess it's either with you or you're not. You either do it or you don't.
Right.
You know, you either have the desire to do it or you don't. And it was one of mine, I guess, was to not to try to blow your money,
Yeah.
you know, but just to try to save enough. You know, a lot of people don't get or never do understand, you know, the money thing, and it's probably something that I did. It's just, it worked out in my case, might not work out in everybody else's case, but it did in my case. I tried to do what I thought was correct, you know, and I thought if something came along, I usually was prepared. maybe I go back to my Boy Scout days
Yeah.
of being prepared, because I was a Boy Scout at one time.
Did you graduate as an Eagle Scout, or did you go all the way through?
No, I never did.
Mm-hmm.
But I did enough to know the number one rule.
Be prepared.
Be prepared.
I was a Girl
prepared.
Scout.
Well, a lot of guys don't even know that.
Yeah.
Be
Mhm.
prepared, you know. And they wonder if something happens,
What are you
why
gonna do?
things backfire on them. Well, they weren't prepared,
Yeah.
you know. Be prepared. Easier said than done.
Bingo.
You know, easier, a hell of a lot easier said than done. But anyway, that's,
So you're with Honeywell for 19 years.
yeah, I was with them for 19 years, and I actually earned a pension from them.
Nice.
Not much. You
Hey,
know,
but it's something.
it was gonna be enough that I could buy a pack of cigarettes. You know, but nevertheless, I did, you know, one of the reasons, when I left Honeywell, I had two partners. We bought a company, you know, in Northwestern Tool and Die. We bought a guy from a German guy. His dad was an immigrant to the United States, and his name was Al Sievert. And you know, his dad had taught him about tool and die work, so he inherited the company from his dad. And it was just a 3,000-foot square building in Chestnut Exchange, St. Paul. But my two partners and I, we bought it.
What were your two partners' names?
Rod Johnson, Paul Norwood.
And you knew them from Honeywell?
I knew them from Honeywell. They were both 5 years younger than me.
Okay.
They were both tool and die guys. One had gone to school at Dunwoody, and the other one had gone to school in Austin, Minnesota. And then I myself had gone to school at the old Minneapolis Vocational School. Vocational school was all set up for the trades,
Mm-hmm.
carpentry, electrician.
Was that while you were working at Honeywell?
Yes, yes, it was. It was part of my apprenticeship program.
Oh, okay.
I went through a tool and die apprenticeship program.
Okay.
And
That sounds good.
when I graduated from that program,
These are-
that's when I decided, made the decision after graduation. That was like, it was well after, you know, maybe 5 or 6 years after graduation, that I decided to leave Honeywell
Yeah.
and get into a company of my own.
Okay.
And that's when I met Rod and Paul, and they both aspired to the same thing,
Yeah.
of buying a company. So the three of us bought Northwestern Tool and Die. We were
Wow.
3 equal parties.
When how did that all kind of come together? Was it like you guys were kind of working together at Honeywell and were kind of just tired of what was going on there, or was it, hey, I gotta, we got
Well,
an
you know,
opportunity
the
this way?
strange thing about it was the reason that it occurred to us to begin with, and the reason we had the time to do it, was that Honeywell tool and die makers were on the verge of having a strike.
Okay.
They were unionized, and they were on the verge of having a strike, and they were in kind of a shutdown period. I think they were on strike at the time. That's when we decided to, when we had the time to be out looking to make a change in our careers,
Yeah.
to even buy a company,
Right.
Because there's down payments, there's all kinds of things that enter into it that you wouldn't normally think of. until you encounter them.
Right.
You know, so that's what we did. We decided to buy Al Seaver out, and that was actually in 1967.
Okay.
1967, and I actually left Honeywell in 1968.
Okay. Was Grandma Patty working at the time?
No,
Okay. Did she work? She was mostly from stay at home.
no, she didn't work. The only work that Patty ever did is it comes back to me now that our next door neighbor had kind of a job doing things like working at like hotels, and people would want to check their coats and things. And she was, working like at the Nicollet Hotel,
Mm-hmm.
checking people's, women and men would come and they'd want to put their things away at the hotel, and they would they'd check things, and they'd give you a token or whatever,
Yeah.
so you could, when you come to reclaiming your stuff,
Right.
But that's the one thing that Patty did. Then later on in life, Patty actually got into buying an antique store,
Yep.
and she in Crosby, Minnesota,
Yeah.
with a girlfriend. They thought it would be a good idea to buy into an antique business.
Yeah.
And it was something that she loved to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
10 years.
Patty had a job when we were first married.
Yeah.
She worked at Dayton's in the millinery, but Patty gave that job up when she got pregnant and had Keith. She was still working, selling millinery
Yeah.
before Keith was born in 1954. But after 1954, she never worked again until she bought that antique store. Probably after 50 years of marriage.
Yeah.
So otherwise, no, she was.
The reason I was just curious.
Times have changed. I mean,
you're-
you just don't see many people that aren't working two jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was just curious, when you said 1967, 68, you had left Honeywell. So in between, prior to you leaving Honeywell, you kind of already had this other business started?
1 year.
1 year, okay. So it wasn't
remember I left in 68.
Right.
We started the business in 67.
Right.
So it's a 1 year deal.
So that was kind of your plan then, was I'm gonna get this thing going on the side before I just
exactly
throw it all away. And,
well, and then
just kind of hedge your bets a little bit.
you would notice, if you observed it, you would notice that I left Honeywell. We left in increments.
Mm-hmm.
Ron Johnson had the least seniority.
Mm-hmm.
He quit first. 6 months later, Paul quit.
Okay.
And now those guys are both 5 years younger than me.
Yeah.
I had the most seniority, and I left after 1 year.
Yeah.
But now, I gotta give credit for Ron Paul, for starting this thing
Yeah.
and making it go.
Right.
Although I did, not only did I go to work, my 8 hours in Honeywell, but then I would go work in the evening
Mm-hmm.
at the shop.
Drinking a case of beer in the meantime.
Well, for one thing, for one thing, you gotta be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people.
That's a long day.
A lot of people can't work those hours. You either you can do it, or so. I mean, and we'd go in on weekends.
I'm putting the time.
And work, clean the shop. I
Yeah.
mean, what is it, just. And that's where I gotta give Patty credit too, she'd go with me.
And help clean.
The thing about this
She-
too,
little odds and
she did, Patty did that. I'll tell you about Patty, she did that. I suppose it was because I did, well, when I did something, she didn't go the other way, she did it too. She just, that's the way she was, and I gotta hand it to her, that was.
in a lot of ways, it isn't any different than farming. You stay awake and do what has to be done when the
Yeah,
season's
probably the
right.
same,
Yeah.
no, you guys are talking about becoming farmers.
I know, full circle.
Well, that's what we're saying.
But it's saying,
In
see,
order
you
to
do
make,
it.
in order to make a go of it,
Potato digging, you
What
do
the
it.
hell?
Yeah.
it's gonna take whatever it takes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that's why we want to, while we're overseas, to get some knowledge. And Nick is going to be I'm going to be doing what I do remotely. And Nick is going to be working on organic farms in each of the places that we go and live.
Yeah.
So that when we come back to the United States and buy a farm, we're not just going in without any experience on one, but we have some idea of how to make one successful. Because it's tough work, it's hard work, it's long hours, it's a lot that goes into it. And there's not one perfect way to go about it. There's not one recipe for total success.
And this is what it used to be.
Mhm.
Now it's very sophisticated.
Mhm. There's a lot more things to help out, but it's still, you still spend a lot
my
of
brother
hours.
told me this morning that the western United States is in the worst drought in 1,000 years.
Is it really?
Mhm.
He's gonna teach a class this fall on that at the Saskatoon. Yeah.
Hmm.
But
In
I thought
1,000 years,
1,000 years, so much water has gone.
it's that's one of the major things that Nick and I are looking at. Because initially we were looking at perhaps starting a farm in Colorado or in New Mexico. But with the water, there's just no water there. We've had to rethink that almost
Yeah,
completely
yeah.
and look at almost the Pacific Northwest.
You can choose your climate, but you won't get the water.
Bingo. And that's a bigger piece for us is really making sure that we get the water because everywhere is really starving for water
Yeah.
right now.
So let's see. My dad, when you started that business, my dad would have been about 14. Let's see.
Yeah, he is born in 54,
54.
68, yeah, he would have been 14, yeah.
So were the rest of the kids, were they all in school at
Yeah,
that
they were all
time?
would have been junior high school, because if he's 14 and he's the oldest,
Yeah.
then Patrick is probably next at 13.
Mhm.
David is probably 11 and Jay is 10.
Yeah.
Jay is 10 because he's born in 64.
And Kathy was in between.
She's in 57.
Okay. Yeah.
She's my mom's age.
Okay.
Kathy would have been 11 then, say.
Yeah. So were they coming to the business as well on the weekends, or were they all doing their own things? Did you have?
Well,
them
they were
come
so
to-
young at the
Yeah.
time that they wouldn't be privy to even, put yourself back at that age.
Right.
You're probably not thinking about helping out at a shop or something
No.
like that. You're probably got your hands full. It's like me when I think back when I'm
Yeah, the
13,
thing about
14
it
years
is,
old.
They
I'm
wouldn't
maybe
think
going
like
to an individual business and I'm helping them.
they
never
wouldn't think
meet.
like you did when you were 14.
Probably not. Of course, that's because times have changed. They changed so that some of the stuff that's available now wasn't even
No, it was
thought of or
yeah.
invented at the time.
What was home life like for during that time period? Did you guys have family dinners? Was it was everybody pretty close, or was everybody kind of off doing their own thing?
Well, yeah. In my particular family, you might say it was like two different generations going through the house. There was 11 kids,
Yeah.
but there was no 11 kids at one time.
Right.
You know, my oldest sister, for example, had graduated, you know, there's 10 years difference between Ruthie and me.
Yeah.
So when she graduates from high school, she gets married right away.
Okay.
You know, so
Yeah.
you have to visualize that, how that plays out. She's no longer there, you know, to have a dinner with,
Right.
you know. Whereas if there's maybe still 4 or 5 of us,
Yeah.
and then, of course, the other thing that enters into it, like, like when I'm like, say, 12, 13 years old, the war is going on, because that's 1943. So, you know, back then, my mother's working in a defense plant,
Yeah.
working at Honeywell, you know, and, you know, so
And you're taking care of the younger kids.
well, you know, somebody's gotta prepare supper, mother's working,
Yeah.
Right.
I do it, you know, whatever, I can't remember what I did, but
Yeah.
the meal had to be prepared, you know, we had to do the shopping and get it done.
Yeah.
Now, most maybe kids aren't hit with those kind of responsibilities when they're that age, but I was.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I should get all the credit for it. I have a brother, Doug, you know, he was a year younger than me,
Yeah.
but I'm sure we shared,
They're sharing that together.
and, you know, maybe we did things like together, like, you know, things like cleaning the house and washing the walls,
Yeah.
all those kinds of things. Had to be done by somebody.
Right.
You know, you're living at home, you know, but anyway, that's the kind of thing that you can do if you set your mind to it.
Yeah.
You know, if you set your mind to it, it's, I think, probably a repeat of what they say is, just anything is possible in the United States of America. You know, you set your mind to it.
What about with you and Patty, Grandma Patty? Is that, did you guys have, I mean, because that's from my dad to, who was the youngest? David? Or Jay? Jay. So from my dad to Jay was 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay, so probably in, let's just say 1968, 69, 70, you know, when they're kind of in that 2 to 12 or 2 to 16, was everybody kind of close? I mean, I know that there were, for a couple family trips that you guys had gone on, I think one of them was, Matt, I'm told to ask you about a family trip to the mountains, maybe something like that.
Well, you know, we didn't take I would say it would classify as a whole bunch of trips.
Yeah.
You know, but we did take some,
Yeah.
and
Maybe it was California.
and sometimes they, because of their disparity in ages, sometimes they didn't all go.
Yeah.
You know, some were too young to go to even travel.
Yeah.
You know, like we took a trip out to Montana to visit Patty's brother, Jim Lambert, and you know, he was heck of a nice guy for one thing, but you know, he was working like for the paper mills, you know, and he was just really good at what he did, and you know, he was but anyway, you know, we as far as that, probably I would say that was probably what you would call, if you're going to take vacations, you maybe have some that are more outstanding than others when you look back at them. Some are more memorable than others. I would say it was memorable for us because of what we did, and naturally you're going to be treated pretty damn good by your brother-in-law, but he really did. He went out of his way. For example, he owned a Jeep, and he took all of us up into the mountains, and we did things like looking at ghost towns.
Oh, how cool.
And mines, copper mines, and things like that in Montana.
Yeah.
That's kind of stuff we did with him, and just went into the towns and went to stores and all the different things you do. He was married to a gal who passed away at a young age, Beverly, and
What'd she pass away from, do you know?
she had a cancer on her back
Oof.
that it ended up being malignant, and I think she suffered bad death because of the pain and things that she was encountered, but anyway, and then of course they had, I think, 3-4 kids, and that survived her, but just that kind of sad thing to have happen to Jim, and so he had to, be the father to those kids, and
That had to
they
have been
were
hard.
all real young, that sort of thing. But anyway, that particular trip out to visit Jim and the time he showed us and all that kind of stuff was fantastic. We still look back at that as. But I bring that up because you asked me, somebody asked you later on, and do you have any one particular vacation or do you have several or whatever? I think that was more memorable, just because of what happened and then what happened to her after, and the story behind her.
Definitely.
It.
Well, we're getting close to the end of the battery life on this camera. It's blinking red.
Okay.
So it says we've got another 12 minutes, so we can go till the end of this one,
Yeah,
or I can stop
kinda.
over.
Well, we can kind of probably wrap it up a little bit, I suppose, and if we have some questions still, we can.
I know I'm gonna have more questions, especially
Maybe,
after some of this stuff.
Yeah, who knows, the way things are going here, maybe we'll have another episode.
I would love
Yeah,
to. I would really
so-
love to do
Yeah.
that. Why don't we plan for that?
I mean, we haven't gotten to the point where, I've owned like 4 companies.
Yeah, I would. Let's do that.
We didn't get into talking about those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And probably, what happened in recent years, like with Pat passing away, very difficult time for, just because of the close relationship between, it's a father-son business.
Yeah.
All the boys have been with the business, with the exception of David and that chick that's only a month or so.
Right.
Been with the business ever since we opened.
Mm.
They're all good at, and have picked up on, they're good at what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And
Look at Keith.
we try to lay the ground. We try to lay the groundwork for that because that's what we had in mind. That's what Pat and I had in mind. But what happened was Pat got married to Cindy, and I don't think Cindy, thought still thinks along the lines that Pat and I would have thought together.
Sure.
Because I think she had one thing in mind, and I think we had something different in mind, But anyway, that's
Yeah.
I want to do a second episode. I think we should absolutely do a second episode.
Yeah. So, you know, I just,
Bring us up to the present, to where we are today.
yeah.
Because we were at,
And I do miss,
1968?
my, I think one of my partners is probably still alive,
Yeah.
you know, from Northwestern Pool and Day deal, Paul Norland. And, but Rod passed away. No, here he was 5 years younger than me, but he's passed away a couple of years ago now.
Yeah.
You know, he had kind of a heart.
Not everybody gets to their 90s.
You take
Well,
great
that's
care of
true.
yourself.
Yeah. That's true.
What do you think is the secret and why you've been able to stay as sharp as you have and you know keep being pretty physically active into your 90s?
Well, I'll tell you what, I seen my dad kind of waste away.
Mm.
My dad was handicapped, you know, and, but I think toward the end of his life, he did not keep active,
Yeah.
you know, and I'm taking a page out of, I'm reading something into his book that he wasn't doing.
Right.
You know, but I've said to myself, when I seen that, I'm not gonna do that.
Right.
I'm not gonna, just sit there in a chair
Yeah.
and idle myself away.
Right.
Whether that's got anything to do with it, no. I think my mantra then for that is keep moving.
Yeah.
Keep moving. I
Yeah.
don't give a shit, what it is. But don't goddamn sit there for hours and hours and you're gonna pay the price for it if you do. But if you get up and move, we read there are too numerous, about what a person, how much time you should spend a week moving.
Yeah.
It's maybe 30 minutes a day, 3 days a week or something like that, whatever works for you.
What were we saying?
Well, we were talking about the various high schools
That's right.
that were,
In that city league.
these were players that had gone to these high schools.
Yeah.
And some of them, like Roosevelt, Central, West High, they were the high schools that made up the team
Okay.
of what was, in those days, was called Teamsters one year
Okay.
and VFW the following year.
Okay.
So, but I played tackle on the team.
Yeah.
Was and then one of my good friends that had also gone to Central, he played tackle. He's also was a tackle. We're both tackles.
Yeah.
And his name was Steve Verchak.
Okay.
Good friend of mine, smart guy. He had a law degree
Yeah.
from the U, and he was. But I had played left tackle in high school,
Yeah.
and when we got to the city league, he asked me if I would mind switching. He thought the left tackle got a lot more
Yeah.
business than more heavily
Yeah.
played than
He was
the right
getting
tackle.
bored on the right side.
And so he asked me if I would mind if he would play it. I said, no, that'd be fine with me.
Yeah.
I don't, either
Right.
tackle didn't matter to me.
Yeah.
But, so anyway, I think that particular year we both made all conference,
Oh, nice.
which is pretty good.
Yeah.
I had made all city at Central High,
Okay.
and he I think it got honorable mention, for
Right.
the second team or whatever.
Okay.
So he was a little bit envious of that. But
Remember his name?
Steve Verchak.
Steve Verchak. Okay.
Yeah. And he was a prosecuting, also when he got out of college, he was a prosecuting attorney,
Yeah.
you know, that was probably some of the highlights was, you know, probably making that all conference in the city league too,
Right.
you know, as well as all city in the high
Yeah.
school league.
Did the Vikings have like an open tryout when they first came out? Do you remember that? Did you ever
No, they
do anything?
didn't. I think their teams were pretty well set
Yeah.
in that all the guys that were playing, you know, had played several years for other teams.
Okay.
And
It's kind of like
the
expansion.
nucleus of the team was made up
Okay.
of all these teams kicking in players.
Oh, okay.
So
Sure. That makes sense.
so they probably got a couple players,
Right.
you know, from like drafting them, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, so but other than that, I think if you know, football wise, I do have a few clippings at home that I could show you.
Yeah. Something fun.
You know, just to take
Yeah.
a look at the way the different sports writers. Some of the sports writers were still around. You know, they were like there for 30, 40,
Oh,
50,
yeah.
50 years.
Yeah. But
You know, writing for the Star Journal and
Yeah.
Tribune.
yeah.
So some of those guys are still, and maybe some have just retired fairly recently.
Yeah.
You know, but you'll recognize some of the names when you see them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I probably would.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same with some of the newscasts. You know, you see
Yeah.
some of those people that have been on there a long time. Carolina News has a couple of those that have been on there.
Yeah.
You know, at least 20 years or more.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of interesting.
But other than that, I'll get you a few of those clippings that I, for some reason, hung on to them. You know, just
Yeah.
got them with maybe a few old pictures, and then I
Right.
think what's happened over the years is although I had a lot of pictures,
Mhm.
I think what would happen was when the kids came over and they went through them,
Yeah.
they would help themselves to some of them.
Yeah.
So
Slim pickings.
yeah,
now.
yeah. So the pickings are a little slimmer.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to see what you have. I mean, maybe you have some fun old family pictures. It'd be kind of cool to include
Yeah.
in something like this.
Yeah. Well, I had one that I really miss, and I'll tell you the reason I miss it was it was over in Korea
Yeah.
during the Korean War, and they had what they called R&R,
Mhm.
rest and recuperation,
Yeah.
and when I went from Korea to Tokyo, where my sister lived. My sister Lorraine lived.
Yeah.
And when I was there with my sister Lorraine and her husband Chuck, he was like a flight superintendent
Yeah.
with Northwest Airlines.
Oh, really?
So he lived in the American compound
Oh,
in Tokyo.
Was this Camp Drake or was this something else?
Well, Camp Drake was part in Yokohama,
Okay.
which is kind of a twin city to Tokyo.
Tokyo. Okay.
Yeah. But at any rate, we went out for dinner one night
Mhm.
with my brother-in-law and my sister, and they took this snapshot of us, and I swore I had that at home in my pictures, but I haven't been able to come up with it.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
Somewhere. Maybe.
somebody probably helped themselves with
Yeah.
it. They like the picture, and I just so happens I like it myself.
Which sister was this?
Sister Lorraine.
Lorraine. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, older or younger?
My older
Older.
older sister.
Okay.
Yeah, she was. My sister Ruthie was 10 years older than me, and I would say Lorraine was 8 years older than me. I was born in 1930.
Could you say the order of all of your
Yeah,
siblings?
Ruthie's the oldest.
Yeah.
Lorraine, second. Brother Manny, his nickname is Manny.
Yeah.
Cleon
Yeah.
is his name.
Okay.
Cleon.
Cleon. Yep.
And then Harry,
Okay.
brother Harry is.
Was that Harry Burton Sheer the
Harry?
fourth?
Yeah. Harry Burton Sheer.
The fourth though? 'Cause wasn't your dad the third?
My dad was maybe. No, I'm sure. No, I think he was just. We never called him Harry Burton
Right.
the third or
Right.
second or
Yeah.
anything like that. Because in a way, usually the oldest boy would be named after the dad.
Right.
In this case, Harry was really what was next in line after Manny.
Okay.
So Manny or Cleon.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then my brother Harry, who was after Manny, his nickname was Skeezix.
Okay. Okay.
That's everybody knew him as Skeezix.
What an interesting name.
What was the
Yeah.
What was the reason? Do you know why?
I don't know why. You know, somebody named him, obviously, but you know, maybe one of my aunts or uncles. I don't know. You know, but.
It's kind of a
And,
funny name.
and then Beverly was after Skeezix, and she's the one that got killed
Okay.
in a car when she was a baby.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
She was out playing in the sandbox with my sister Betty,
Mm.
and the delivery truck backed over her.
Oh my gosh.
So
Some
how
kid-
old was Beverly? Was she about 4 or 5?
Beverly, when she got killed,
Yeah.
no, I think she was only about 2.
Were you born yet?
No, I don't think I was born yet.
Okay.
So, you know, so she was maybe born in 28 or 27,
Okay.
you
Right.
know, and then Betty is born in 28, and then I'm born in 30.
Okay.
So I followed, you know, the order that I was given you.
Right.
It was Skeezix, Beverly, Betty,
Yeah.
myself,
Okay.
and I'm 7th.
Right. So then, who was after you? 'Cause
7th, and K,
okay.
J, Wally.
Okay.
Wally was the
He's the ball player.
the ball player, hockey player.
Yeah.
Just, I'd say he was probably the best all-around athlete
Yeah.
in the family.
Interesting.
Yeah. You know, he was good enough to get a bonus, you know, signing with the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah. That's
And
pretty cool.
he played, you know, a couple years of ball with the Tigers out in Jamestown, New York,
He
Yeah.
said
and then Rocky Mount.
his dad came.
With the same organization, a
Yeah.
Tiger organization with Rocky Mount, North Carolina.
Yeah.
The dad.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, that kind of the rundown of the family, and otherwise, I think when I think about being a good athlete, I think my brother Doug. You would have been an outstanding, but he probably didn't take it seriously enough,
No.
you know, but he was a boxer,
Right.
and he fought professional heavyweight, you know, boxing.
Did you ever get into boxing?
No, but I did work out with Doug quite a bit,
Yeah.
you know, and just enough to, you know, and then I boxed out of what was called the Pillsbury House.
Okay.
Uh,
Where was that?
and, you know, I think the guy that was the coach, he wanted me to do some more of it, but no, I didn't have my heart in it, you know, so.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you better have your heart in it.
You know, to tell you the truth, I'd get out of the boxing, you know, we'd work out and be punched in the jaw. I'd get, you know, after the boxing workouts and stuff, you know, my jaw would be sore from ear to ear.
Oh no.
You know, so I don't know, that didn't really agree with me too much.
Yeah.
But and Patty, of course, my wife,
Yeah.
she hated boxing with a passion.
Yeah.
She didn't like seeing us, you know, up there getting punched around.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You know, so yeah, I can remember that. She hated it, so that didn't help me. I didn't get any support there, so but I wouldn't have cared for it no matter what.
Right.
You know, I guess it was just, you know, if anything, I regret now when I see the big paydays that the golfers get that I didn't take golf more serious.
Yeah. Right, or put one of your kids into it a little bit harder, huh?
Oh, okay. Well, you know, the son that could have been really, I think, good, it would have been David.
Yeah.
It's just because of
Yeah. He was always a long hitter.
one of those guys that can hit the ball one hell of a distance.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, I think you're kind of born with that, aren't you? You know?
I don't know. I think it's a lot of repetitive. You gotta hit.
You can hit the ball a long
course
ways
every
yourself.
day.
You can hit the ball a long ways yourself.
Yeah, but it's like archery. I started shooting archery, and I really it opened my eyes to, you know, what you really have to do to get good at golf. You know, because there's a lot of variables to the golf course, but even in archery, you know, you just have maybe some wind or you know, elevation definitely, but at some point if you're on flat ground, even shooting a target 20 yards away is, you know, you can get so good, even it just takes a long time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot of repetition.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a different person altogether that can devote themselves to one thing
Yeah.
as much as some of those professionals do. You know?
Yeah. But I think after all was said and done and stuff, I think I mentioned that I had gotten a job at Honeywell,
Mm-hmm.
and my mother had actually gotten me the job.
Yep.
She had stopped in the personnel department, said that I've got a son that's looking for a job.
Yeah.
You know, would you mind hiring him? and they said, send him over.
Yeah.
It just so happened, I mean, there had been a lull in hiring at Honeywell,
Yeah.
and the lull had gotten over with, and they had started to hire some people.
Yeah.
You know, so I got in on the ground floor.
And you were there for 19 years, weren't you?
Yeah, I was there for 19 years.
Yeah.
Stop to think of it, that's a fairly long time.
It is. Yeah.
And you know, to leave a job like that after I'd been there that long. Well, you're talking about
Yeah.
leaving a job where you've been there 7 years.
7 years even.
And you know, if you like working there and stuff, and it was
Yeah.
they treated you fair, and
Yeah.
everything was pretty good. You know, you
Right.
think twice before you leave that job.
Yeah. Exactly. And I can
You have to
imagine-
have something fairly attractive,
Yeah. Well.
you know, to look forward to.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you know, at least I don't know what your relationship was with Paul and Rod outside of as a professional one. Were you guys close friends?
Not really. We weren't really close friends. We were Matter of fact, I had gone through an apprenticeship at Honeywell,
Yeah.
and both those guys were a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 years behind me with this apprenticeship program at Honeywell.
Yeah.
So I had gone through and graduated when they were both in the program. So they really got their degrees a few years after I did,
Yeah.
but they weren't really what I'd say were, no, they weren't close friends.
Yeah.
You know, they were acquaintances
Right.
of mine.
Sure.
And the fact they had gone through this program, you know, I had known some of their instructors. We had a few things in common.
Okay.
You know, we also worked in the same shop. You know, so
So you guys really didn't know each other. I mean, how, you guys went through the same program, and then there's a lull in work. There's like they're kind of on strike at that point.
kind of on strike. Yeah,
Right.
that's what happened. They were.
And is that when you guys kind of came into?
Yeah, that's when we got together.
So wow. So it wasn't even like you guys had been like planning that for really all that long. It was literally
No, it was a
opportunity was knocking, and you said, "Hey, like there's this guy over here, Al, has got this company." He's-
Yeah. Matter of fact, I had been looking for a company with a couple other guys,
Yeah.
and that kind of fell through.
Okay.
And then Ron and Paul were both looking on their own,
Yeah.
you know, and of course they told me about this place,
Yeah.
you know, and we kind of got together because this other deal fell through.
Right.
But then I got together with Rod and Paul, and between us, we decided that if one of us should leave, it should probably be the one with the least seniority,
Right.
and we went in that order. Rod had the least amount of seniority. He had maybe only been with Honeywell maybe 8 years. And so he left the company first.
Mm-hmm.
Paul left maybe 8 months later. And then I left about a year later. I had the most seniority, so I had, if you want to look at it that way, you know, I probably would have left no matter what. But
Yeah.
but I decided that you know, I was going to leave, and
Mm.
but that's the way it went,
Right.
in that order.
Yeah.
So that was back. I actually left the company in 1968.
Yep.
So you add that or subtract 1949. I started Honeywell in 49. That's the 19 years. See?
Yeah.
Yeah. The 19 years is.
It's a long time.
Well, yeah, and I can remember. I remember having a tear in my eye.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. That's a good portion of your youth, at least.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of those guys, you know, they never did leave Honeywell, and I knew them a lot of them. I mean, all the people that ever graduated from that class, you know, from Honeywell, the Honeywell apprenticeship program.
Yeah.
You know, there might have been, you know, I just throw a figure out, maybe 50, 60.
Yeah.
And I probably knew every damn one of them. Well, some of the older ones, you know, I recognize their names, but I really didn't know them.
Yeah.
You know? But, you know, that was quite a group, you know. And some of these guys were, the program maybe had been going on 10 years when I signed up for it.
I know.
So some of those guys that are still around are maybe 10 years older than I am.
Yeah.
So, you know, I still remember, you know, running into them on a daily basis, especially when I was going through especially when I was going through my training,
Yeah.
you know, just, but I wonder, you know, I never knock, one thing I would say, I never would knock Honeywell
Yeah.
because they were awfully good to me,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, you got a pension from them at the end of the day, and you
Yeah.
know, you said it wasn't substantial by any means, but it was, you know, probably at least a little bit of money.
Yeah. I figured at the time probably it'd be enough to buy a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah. Yeah. So you with these two guys, was it Rod or Ron?
Rodney.
Rodney and Paul. How long were you guys? I guess how was business for you right away? Was it because you had purchased this company from Al, so it had been in business for a little while. How long before you guys had taken control of it was it in business?
It was in business Al Sievert's dad was an immigrant from Germany,
Okay.
and he started the company in 1929.
Okay.
So
Wow.
it had, when we bought it in 1967,
Yeah.
well, then he'd been in business like 18 years.
Right.
So, but they were tool and die makers from the old school. The old school was back when you could saw, file,
Yeah.
you know.
A lot more by hand stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah. Lots of that stuff was done, you know, with the skills
Right.
that it takes, you know, to make something
Right.
by hand, more or less, you know. But to really appreciate what they did then compared to what they do now, is, really absolutely no comparison.
Yeah.
Things have really changed.
It's probably for the better. I mean, the conditions of work are probably much improved, you know.
Well, yeah, some of the
You know.
some of the things that you're able to do now,
Right.
it would have been a pipe dream to think
Right.
it's even imaginable. You know,
Yeah.
it's the computerization
Yeah.
of just, you know, being able to program, do all those kinds of things with a robotic things,
Right.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
Coding different programs to do specialized.
Yeah,
things,
just-
yeah.
The scalability of
just
it.
just
Right.
taking a piece of steel, you know, to say that you would be able to take a piece of steel like say 20 inches thick
Mm.
and be able to cut that with water.
Yeah.
You mix up a grinding compound like aggregate with this water,
Right.
and then you take the water and you expose it to like high temperature or high volume of water going through a
Pressure. Yeah, it's pressure.
small
yeah.
orifice.
Right.
Yeah, the liquid going through mixed with this aggregate
Right.
can take and cut a hunk of steel that's 20 inches thick.
It's
That's
crazy.
insane. Wow.
But what happens is when this water is coming out of that orifice, the orifice is so small and the pressure is so great
Mhm.
that it's coming out of that orifice faster than the speed of sound.
Okay.
You know, which speed of sound is like 700 miles an hour, 750. You know, coming out of there at 750,
Yeah.
and then you put the surface, and you just can blast a hole right
Right.
through that steel.
Interesting.
You know, but then you can cut that steel a matter of inches
Yeah.
per minute. You know, then of course, the other way you can do it with a thick piece of steel like that, 20 inches thick, is with wire. wire EDM, what they call wire electrical discharging.
Okay.
And it's wire.
Is that plasma?
No,
No, not the same thing.
but there is also a plasma way
Yeah.
of doing it. Yeah,
Interesting.
but yeah, with the wire, what happens is as the wire is passing the steel, it's sparking these little sparks,
Yeah.
and that spark is dissolving the steel. So you're also flushing it with water.
Mm.
You're flushing that away, you know. So, but you can cut's extremely accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, we can hold tenths. Take a thousand inch, say an inch,
Yeah.
divide it into 1,000 parts,
Mm-hmm.
and we can hold tolerances closer than that 1,000ths.
Is that more accurate than the water?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. David is programming and running our wire machines.
Mm-hmm.
So we have like five of these wire machines, and he programs them with a computer, and downloads the program to the computer,
Yeah.
you know, and then they'll take and they'll drill a starter hole. You either have a starter hole or you can come in with this wire from the side here,
Yeah.
or you can drill a hole, you know,
Right.
Right from the top.
yeah,
Got
from
it.
through just to get the wire started. The wire started, but anyway, that's what David does.
Yeah.
You know, so but then these machines will then run by themselves.
They're automated.
In other words, sometimes we maybe have a block like this, and there might be 50 holes in this block
Yeah.
that are laid out mathematically. You know, I say I want to make a whole bunch of small punches. You know, he'll program this, and he'll set it up and start it out cutting, and then he'll go home.
Yeah.
And while he's gone,
It'll do it.
they'll finish off these 20 pieces.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean that's what he does, and it can be all different shapes too. It's whatever you program the shape to be.
Wow.
You know. So, but anyway, that's one of the you know, that's talking about tool making now.
Right.
Yeah, and so it's you know, just
It's come a long
you
way.
build a die, and the die might be 10 foot long, you know, and it's got all these different punches and dies that gotta line, everything's gotta line up and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So that's what we do,
Okay.
you know, and, but David, that's what he does primarily at the company.
Yeah.
He programs and runs the wire EDMs,
Wow.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
pretty neat.
And I got 5 of these machines
Yeah.
that he can program, and they'll all run by themselves. So he could have 5 of them, each doing a different thing,
Right.
you know. And
Yeah.
then those components get done. You give them to the tool maker, and the tool maker
Puts them all together.
puts them all together, gets everything lined up, you know.
Wow.
And but what happens is what's really what would be really what that's it. I'll just talk about productivity, because we have punch presses then that if you can design a progressive die that maybe punches out a finished part with each stroke of the press.
Mhm.
You can each stroke of the, I might have something like this long, a strip this long, but it's on a coil. It's on a coil. So I'll start the coil out, and the reason they call it progressive is this station can punch the hole. This station can maybe enlarge it, or change the shape of it a little bit, or can draw it, or can do different things to the part,
Yeah.
so that you're maybe having 10 different things done to this part, but when you get down to this station here, you're getting a finished part.
Wow.
Each stroke of the press. And we have some high-speed presses. I don't have them myself, but there's one of the people we do work for.
Mm-hmm.
Got them that can go like 1,000 strokes a minute.
Okay.
1,000 a minute?
A minute. 1,000 strokes a minute.
Wow. Talk
So-
about scalability for that.
How about, how many parts you're gonna do an hour then? Say a 50-minute hour.
Yeah.
Well, you got 50,000 pieces a minute.
That's incredible.
Well, that's the kind of stuff that when you're reading in the paper and they're talking about the kind of fine work that's being, for your microchips and all that stuff. That's the way a lot of those parts are made.
Yeah.
Really made fast.
Are you guys doing other work, different types of metals, or is it primarily steel that you're working with?
Various steels.
Steels,
Yeah, yeah. Aluminum,
Aluminum.
copper. But yeah, just various materials.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
What type of
When
industry?
you get a print, the print has got the material spelled out, and the spec
Right.
and all that, and then you got to make it accordingly.
Right. What type of industries are you generally selling into? Like who are your kind of,
Well,
who's your market, I suppose?
we do some military work,
Yeah.
so that's one of the industries that we sell into. But otherwise, it's could be just about anything that's made with a die.
Yeah.
It could be lights, could be could be just receptacles, or just
Essentially, I guess you're selling to manufacturers, right? That's the industries. Like it's manufacturers, people who are making. You're selling the components
it's
of these.
one of the components that goes into like an assembly.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's really interesting.
Sometimes we will build dies for maybe a family of parts,
Okay.
and then the family of parts will be assembled. So.
Okay.
And then that particular assembly might go to somebody else that adds the electrical part to it. So it's kind of a supply chain sometimes, where different people are doing different things, but in final analysis, it's got to go together, and everything's got to fit.
Right.
You get all kinds of different fits, but they all got to come together and make it operational, so that the thing will. And that's where your quality control
Right.
comes in. And that's where we spend a lot of time and spend a lot of money just for the measuring tools. For example, just one of my tools, it's called CMM, coordinate measuring tool. Costs us over 110 grand.
Holy cow.
For the machine itself, that measures.
Yeah, wow.
But
But you need that precision.
you gotta have the precision because,
Right.
if I gave you something to make for me,
Right.
how do I know you're making it right?
Right. Yeah.
Unless you make it right and you've got
Stand behind your.
you got the measuring tools
Right.
to supply me a printout of what the measurements called for and what they actually checked.
Right.
And that's what this CMM does.
Must be pretty accurate then, I could imagine.
Yeah, extremely accurate. And it's they're common
Yeah.
all over they're all over the industry, and they're all over the world.
Yeah.
These machines that can do that kind of stuff.
Wow.
But you can imagine the skill it takes for a guy that's doing the actual measuring, reading the prints and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Right.
But anyway, that's kind of in a way that's what we do.
Right. So, when you first got into the business in 1968, obviously, that's you getting into it. You guys started it in '67. So when you get into business, you're with Rod and Paul, and was that until 1991? Was that when you said? I think you mentioned the other day that that's when Uncle Pat had started with you.
Yeah.
But up until that point, those years from 1968 till then, were you working with those two guys that entire time, or was there a point when they stepped away, or how did that
Yeah,
eventually work?
actually, what happened was we moved up to Coon Rapids,
Yeah.
and we bought a company called Palm Tool,
Okay.
and they were a metal stamping company.
Yeah.
And what happened is Rod had gone up to Palm Tool back in 1980.
Mm-hmm.
So Rod was running Palm Tool for approximately 10 years,
Okay.
and Paul was running the plant in St. Paul,
Was it,
Northwestern Tool and Die plant.
you kept the name?
Yeah,
Okay.
Northwestern Tool and Die
Yeah.
and Palm Tool.
Okay.
But when we bought Palm Tool, we changed the name to Northwestern Palm. We
Okay.
kept part of each name.
Okay.
But then that's what happened was as time went on, we had kind of, as I recall it, kind of a situation come up where we weren't getting along just the greatest.
Yeah.
I think especially Ron and Paul weren't getting along good.
Yeah.
And we decided to sell the company.
Okay.
So that's what we did. We sold the company in probably 89.
Okay.
We sold it to a company called Assurance Manufacturing.
Okay.
They were a metal stamping company located in Coon Rapids also. But so about, I would say I left the company then myself, and Rod and Paul stayed with the guys that bought us out,
Mm-hmm.
Assurance Manufacturing, and Paul stayed with them maybe another 6 months or so, and then Paul left.
Mm-hmm.
So Rod stayed there and kind of retired
Okay.
from insurance manufacturing.
Interesting.
Yeah, and but that's about the time that I tried that retirement thing.
Yeah.
You know, I tried it for about a year, and
Yeah.
it
So.
you know, Patty and I talked it over, and I decided that I would probably try to go to work for somebody else.
So this was 1989. So
Yeah,
you.
1989.
So you were about 50 or 59.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then what happens is, in the meantime, I found out that this a company called Scorpio Tool and Die was coming up for sale,
Mm-hmm.
and I knew Dick Skansberg, who owned it, because Dick had worked for us guys at Northwestern Tool and Die at
Oh,
one
okay.
time. He had worked for us as a salesman,
Interesting.
and so you know I get, really basically what happened was I asked, when I found out that Scorpio was for sale, it piqued my interest, and so I asked Pat, are you interested in Pat in buying this company,
Yeah.
in you know, being a partner of mine and
Right.
giving it a shot? And he said yes, he wanted to do it.
Yeah.
So that's what we did.
Right.
We offered Dick Skansberg what we thought was better than he could do, you know, auctioning the place off, or
Yeah.
you know, and anyway, he accepted it. So this was 1991
Okay.
when Pat and I bought Scorpio Tool and Die.
Yeah.
So, and you know, it was a you know, small company. We had like a half a dozen employees, so it wasn't like starting it from dirt scratch either.
Right.
It was really from, you know, buying a going
Right.
company. One of the things that, you know, of course, that when you buy a company like this, you don't necessarily buy the business that goes with it.
Mm-hmm.
And we struggle a little bit there, because really they had, you know, we had spoiled their reputation with a couple of their customers.
I see.
And so we had to put up with, you know, kind of low sales to begin with.
Right.
And when you got payroll to meet and all that stuff,
Yeah.
you know, you find out what pressure is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we found out, but anyway, we Pat was a top-notch guy to be a partner with, young guy, you know, much younger than his dad.
Yeah.
Dad was like 61,
Yeah.
and Pat was
Probably not quite.
26 years younger.
Yeah. I was gonna say he's probably not quite 40.
Yeah.
It was probably late 30s. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, but at any rate, that's how we got started with the then the name Minnesota Tool and Die,
Yeah.
which was it just happened to be a name that was available with the name Minnesota attached to it,
Yeah.
which was kind of neat, we thought.
Yeah.
You know, so we've had it ever since.
Yeah.
But that wasn't really the first company I bought either, because when I was with Rod and Paul, I remember we bought a grinding shop. guy had some pretty damn nice. Name was John Graham and Graham. But anyway, he had some well-known grinders that were just, they could hold really close. ODID grinders could hold extremely close tolerances.
Yeah.
And so we bought him out. And wouldn't you know, the guy, when I think about it, the guy we had running the operation was this Dick Skansberg,
Oh yeah.
who later on we bought out.
Yeah.
We later on, he owned a Scorpio Tool and Die.
That's funny.
So we ended up buying that from him. Yeah. But at any rate, Dick ran that grinding shop for us.
Yeah.
And did a pretty damn nice job of doing it.
That's good.
Dick was a good. He had a reputation when he was going through the apprenticeship of kind of a gift to gab,
Yeah.
which he or motor mouth. He could really talk,
Yeah.
just and sell. Made a good salesman.
Right.
You know, the guys that have got that gift again make good salesmen,
Yeah.
good
True.
sales guy. But at any rate, that was maybe the second company that I ever owned.
What year was that?
And then, of course, then that reminds me of another company I bought.
Yeah.
Called Cannon Engineering, and that was located in Faribault, Minnesota.
Okay.
An injection molding company.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, injection molding, blow molding, and rotational molding. All different kinds of plastic molding.
Did that have relation to what you were doing with Minnesota Tool?
They're related in a way in that they're quite often people that build dies also build molds.
Okay.
You know, difference is that you're working with molds of plastic,
Right.
but you know the plastic is usually sitting in a cylinder,
Mm-hmm.
and they arrange it in such a fashion that you can bring the cylinder forward.
Right.
Give it a shot of plastic, which goes in and fills the mold,
Mm-hmm.
and then after it fills the mold, the parts set up, they harden.
Right.
They're liquid, really liquid. They're maybe 600, we'll say 600 degrees.
Yeah.
They're plastic.
Right.
Then they're shot into the mold. The mold it has what you call passages where water can circulate around and cool the mold.
Okay.
It's that cool surface that determines the amount of time it's going to take the plastic to set up.
Okay.
So, you know,
Right.
when you want to run fast,
Yeah.
you hit it with the plastic, you cool it, eject it out of the mold with ejector pins and stuff like that. You know, you eject it out of the mold, and that's what we did. So we had all kinds of different products. We were at the time we were doing some things like molding for Tonka toys.
Okay.
You know, the wheels like
Yeah,
on
yeah.
some of the toys and stuff.
I have a tractor, a little small tractor. I think Uncle Pat might have given to me at one point, and I'm wondering if it was maybe some pieces of it were molded by.
Yeah, by Can Engineering.
Yeah, were they so because they were doing toys
Well,
and
then
stuff.
they also, you know, of course, had the plant.
Yeah.
They had the plant out in Mounds, you know,
What kind of plant is that?
Tonka Toy.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know they were
Yeah,
in
yeah,
Minnesota.
Oh yeah, that's where they were.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Huh.
that's where they get the name
Really?
Tonka Toy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Minnetonka.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a coincidence.
No.
Because I don't think, because Minnetonka moccasins is like another one of those, right?
Yeah.
I think they
Yeah.
might, I don't know if they're local or not.
But anyway, they had a big factory out there, the injection molding presses,
Yeah.
and they were making things like Tonka toys,
Right.
trucks, and then the metal stand. There's certain parts of it.
This is Canon. That was
Well,
Canon?
Canon Engineering was the one down in Faribault.
Okay. Yeah.
Then we got the name from the Cannon River that that goes through there.
Yeah.
You know, so we looked at the map and
Sure.
that's how we arrived at the name.
Right.
Yeah.
So how long did you own that? Did you sell that?
Yeah, we bought that at probably the worst time
Yeah.
in history as far as what happened was when we bought it, you know, things were being rationed at the time,
Okay.
plastics and stuff.
Really? Why was that?
Well, that's in 73 to 79, they had a shortage of plastics.
Okay.
You know, it was, and that was the reason was that, you know, that some of the companies that, anyway, when we bought it, this was a kind of a bankrupt company.
Okay.
When we bought it, in the end of Canon Engineering, it was kind of bankrupt.
How's the fruit, huh? How's the fruit?
But you know, it was a running company. It probably had, you know, like it was a three shift operation. Injection molding presses.
Yeah.
But we did have a shortage of material.
Yeah.
And it was hard to buy material. You could buy reprocessed stuff. And I remember buying some reprocessed stuff
Yeah.
out of an outfit down in Savage. An outfit in Savage that did reprocessing of these materials. So, I mean, that's what we were faced with. But, you know, we molded things like, for example, animal tags, cattle and sheep and all those, you know, you notice that they have an ear tag.
Yeah.
Well, we molded those, ear tags
Okay.
for a company called Fearing Manufacturing in South St. Paul. But what happened with these tags, they would have to take these tags and then they'd have to punch a hole in the animal's ear,
Mm-hmm.
and then they had a feature where it would be anchored. The tag would be have to be anchored so that it couldn't come loose. Or
Right.
whatever. But that was their way of keeping track of
You have,
different things they've done to the animal, like vaccination, the shots and stuff like that. You know?
Yeah.
They have to have them done, and you have to be able to way of keeping track of it.
Yeah. So did you bought that business with, was that a partnership with Rod and Paul?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was with Ron and Paul.
Okay.
Ron and Paul and I were the owners of it.
So then that didn't,
And I kind of ran that.
so it went okay, just, you know, you bought it in bankruptcy and probably was a little bit of an uphill battle to
We
get out.
bought it, and then as time went on, we just decided, hey, let's go back to what we do,
Right,
you know,
Yeah.
just the two and die.
sure.
And that's what we decided to do. So we sold it.
You sold it, yeah.
Yeah, sold it, and we made out okay.
Yeah.
Nothing exceptional, but you know, we sold the building, owned the building,
Okay.
and we owned maybe a dozen machines.
Okay.
I had a fellow, they run, he was the plant manager. His last name was Hobson, Jack Hobson. But anyway, he was the guy that ran the plant, and we did okay, except that the fact that it had bankruptcy
Yeah.
thing, to overcome that sometimes is not that easy to do.
Right.
And I'm not saying, maybe, when I think back sometimes, probably the one damn thing I overlooked, hindsight being 20/20.
Right. Of course.
But the one thing I overlooked was the fact that we were doing these animal tags. Animal tags were, when you go to the state fair or you go to any place and you see these tags on a cow, these big, big hunk of urethane rubber.
Right.
We were doing those, and I didn't give. I think I could have probably made that plant so that was the only product I made, just because of what we were doing, and I didn't recognize it at the time.
Right.
It's funny,
Right.
Later on, I'm thinking, why didn't I push that? You could have probably run around the clock 24 hours a day, because these are going in animals' ears, and really there's no limit, is there?
And they're probably
How many
disposable too.
how many cattle are there raised in the United States?
Hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
But you know what though? I mean, at some point, you kind of have to be specialized, but also they probably maybe nowadays they just do a simple microchip injection into the animal, so they don't even tag them anymore, and they do an RFID tag. So when the animal comes by, they scan it over the top of it, and there's an RFID tag microchip inside of it. So maybe you would have gone out of business if you had done that anyways.
Maybe.
So I don't know. Maybe, I mean, they still use it.
Yeah, it's possible. That you have to think of when you're in the business. But at any rate, we were in it for 6 years.
Okay.
And we decided to
Yeah.
pedal it. Which we did. We auctioned everything off,
Yeah.
and we went back to what we were doing at the time with the Northwestern Tool and Die in St. Paul,
Yeah.
Chestnut and Exchange.
When wow. So Northwestern Tool and Die was the first, and then how long until Palm? What was the Palm?
It was probably 1980.
Okay. So was the Canon Engineering, was that before that then? Before Palm?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you said it was in the 70s.
Yeah, 73 to 79.
Okay.
And then Palm came in 80, 81.
So then you guys had Northwest Palm after for the
Yeah, and then we were in it with Palm Tool to 1989, 88.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
you sold
from 88 to that's when I moved up to
right.
Coon Rapids, 88
Yeah.
to up to to 89,
Right.
and then I sold my share, and that's when Pat and I bought Northwestern, or bought Minnesota Tool and Die in '91.
Yeah.
It was just a couple of years in between each one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's crazy, time flies, I'm sure, huh? Looking back at it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, just really hadn't really thought to put a timeline in there.
Right.
But you can see where they kind of blend together.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
in between, I own some other companies,
Yeah.
like that injection molding business.
Right.
That's quite a business. That was a 3-shift operation.
Yeah, that's,
And we probably had, I'd say probably 25 employees maybe.
Wow.
yeah. How many employees do you guys have now here at Minnesota?
Right now we're at a little over 20.
20, okay.
Yeah. We stay pretty close to 20.
Yeah. Pretty solid number.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So, as far as like work goes, because I mean, obviously you've worked your entire life. I think obviously there's something to say about, that probably has something to do with you, continuing to stay, like we talked about last time, stay sharp and kind of, able to move around. Was there ever, you said you had a moment of retirement, but it just didn't work out. What was it about that? You just didn't see.
What
you didn't-
I didn't like about it?
Yeah.
Well, I think when you're used to going to work,
Right.
and that's kind of gone by the wayside.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's taken away from you necessarily. I mean, because that's up to you. If you want something taken away, or if you don't want it taken away,
Mm-hmm.
you can decide to stay,
Right.
or you can decide to do something else. It's. But in my case, I knew that not having something to do, for one thing, I didn't, I'm talking about a 1 year period
Mm-hmm.
when I decided to just stay home, with Patty.
Was your dad still alive at that time?
No,
when did he pass away?
No, my dad passed away, and he was 86, and he was born in, so 1984, I think my dad passed
Okay.
away.
So that was
He was born in...
before you quote unquote retired,
Yeah.
right? Because that was 5 years before you retired. Was he retired? Like what did he?
Yeah, he was retired.
Right.
He was he retired from Honeywell.
Student security.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. And
Well, he was, originally he was with security,
okay.
but then as time went on, he was with maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
So he,
Right.
keeping the place clean,
Sure.
that sort of thing.
Sure.
And, my dad was also a guy that was, I knew a lot of fellows that knew my dad, primarily because he would sell numbers.
Sell numbers?
Sell numbers, like if you want to get a number on a football game.
Oh,
He's a bookie.
Yeah, bookie. He was a bookie.
Right.
Yeah, that's what he did. I mean, my dad was handicapped.
Yeah.
And I don't know. He just happened to get into where he would have these numbers. I think you could find places to buy somebody that sells you these numbers, and so he had people that supplied him, and so he took it from there. He would sell to people who wanted to take a chance on
Right.
football games.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that's kind of what he did, and you know, but there was kind of a sideline from also working in a maintenance
Right.
in Honeywell, you know.
So when he retired, did he? Because I remember you were saying like you didn't want to kind of be that same.
Well,
way
I
as
told
your
you,
dad.
I told you that I picked up a lesson from watching my dad,
Yeah.
because every time I'd ever go over to see my dad,
Yeah.
he would be lounging in the chair, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, my dad had another habit, he was kind of alcoholic,
Yeah.
which is probably, if you're not going to be moving much, being an alcoholic, it might be the worst thing that could happen to you.
Right.
I think if anything I was trying to pass on to you guys was to keep moving.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Don't
Keep moving.
make the goddamn mistake of not doing that.
Right.
It's too easy to slough it off. You don't feel like it.
Right.
I mean, and then pretty soon that becomes a habit.
Right.
And that's kind of what happened to my dad, so just,
I'm gonna take that to heart.
lesson, and take it, is, because nobody ever sat me down,
Yeah.
except for one. I tell you, my brother Manny,
Your older brother.
my older brother Manny. He was alcoholic. He pulled me aside and said, "Keith, I want to just tell you one thing." He says, "I've been thinking, I can't think of one goddamn good thing that drinking ever did for anybody."
Yeah.
So true.
And I took that to heart. And I think shortly after he told me that was my last drink. I never really said, I could still say I never really quit. I probably cut down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But even though I haven't had a drink for, 40 years maybe.
Is that so? That was, you think that was in the late 70s, early 80s that he told you that? That's when you stopped?
Probably this, probably my, I quit smoking when I was 29.
Mm.
So that's pretty good. I mean, I quit
Yeah, I'd say.
29, so that was, how many years ago was that? Sure.
So if you were 29, that was what, 60, 69?
So I would have been,
No, 15.
59. No? Oh yeah, 59. So 63 years ago. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
63 years ago.
yeah. But I think it was maybe more like 40 years ago that
For drinking.
For drinking?
I drinking.
Yeah. She was looking at for smoking,
Yeah.
which is still pretty.
That's amazing, Keith.
But that was like I say, I give my brother Manny credit for that.
Well, for smoking though, do you also give him credit for smoking?
No,
That was you?
No, that's on my own.
Yeah.
And what was it that made you stop? When it was so prolific, it was
Well,
everybody was
what
smoking
it-
back
what,
then.
What it was I kept wanting to quit,
Mm.
but and that's when I found out, what a goddamn narcotic that really is.
Mhm.
It is, goddamn it, you want to quit, but boy,
Yeah.
you're addicted to it.
Yeah.
It's something that, when they say it's addictive,
Yeah.
you find, and that's when I take it serious when they talk about people that are taking opioids and stuff.
Mhm.
you know
Oh, addiction is.
how they might. I
It's
guess
not a joke.
they might even be a hell of a lot more addictive than nicotine. You know?
I've heard that nicotine is one of the most addictive substances that's out there. More addictive than
Yeah.
heroin, more
Yeah.
addictive than.
No, you smoked for a while, didn't you?
Yes, I used to smoke cigarettes, yeah.
When did you quit?
I stopped smoking cigarettes, I don't know, 5 years ago.
Yeah, but
But I used like a nicotine pen for a while, which I've
Vaping?
recently stopped. That's a hard one to quit. It's nicotine, so it's
Yeah,
addictive.
damn, yeah. So I mean, anybody that's
Kind of
picked up on the
messes-
habit, you
messes-
know what the hell they're talking about. I mean,
Mhm.
it's not easy.
No, it's not.
how long's it been since I quit? Because I smoked for about 9 years.
You stopped when you were 23, I think.
I was 23, so 6 years ago. So yeah, I stopped before you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
6 years ago makes
good
sense.
for you.
And
Yeah,
I haven't touched one since.
Well, it's, when you're young and you start it and you don't really understand the consequences of it, and then you get a little bit older and you start understanding the consequences of it more.
Yeah.
It's still not an easy thing to quit, but it's helpful to, learn more about consequences of it. I mean, that's what alcohol is. Like your brother Manny said it pretty straight on, which is alcohol has really never done a whole lot for anybody.
Yeah.
It doesn't do a whole lot of good. There are things that come out of the social environment of drinking, but as far as alcohol in itself, there's really no, the benefits of alcohol physically, mentally, are very low compared to the negative effects of it.
Yeah.
They're numerous.
Well, my brother Manny, then of course he had diabetes.
Oof. Would you know what was it, type 1 or type 2?
Uh,
Did he have to give himself
well,
shots every day?
It was type 2, I suppose, because
Okay.
type 1 I think is where you take a shot. I have to shit
Every day?
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't think he had to do that, but what happened is, they talk about your feet.
Mhm.
You have to watch your feet, and you got to watch your vision, and all kinds of things you got to watch for. And he his feet, he had to go through some amputations,
Oh,
things like that. Just
not watching his health.
One of those bad things that we never did. I never did talk to him about that, but he, I'm sure that was some of the consequences of alcohol.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. I think
It is.
Did you ever mess around with diet, like what you were eating, or has it always just been kind of like whatever's there you're gonna eat? I mean, did you have?
No, I never really had a.
Because I know you ate peanut butter sandwiches for a long time, almost every day, didn't you?
Yeah. I've done that for years.
Yeah. You still eat a peanut butter sandwich every day?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. That's some
Well,
good stuff.
it is good. It's
You put butter on it?
invented by a druggist in Georgia.
What?
Yeah.
The peanut butter sandwich?
Well, peanut butter.
Oh, okay.
He's the one that
You made peanut butter
made peanut butter.
for the first time. Wow.
You Google it once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who invented
What
peanut
was
butter?
that? I was curious now.
Invented peanut butter.
It sounds familiar.
So in 1884, Marcellus Gilmore Edson of Canada patented peanut paste, the finished product from milling roasted peanuts between two heated surfaces. And then about 11 years later, in 1895, Dr. John Harvey Kellogg, the creator of Kellogg's cereals, patented a process for creating peanut butter from raw peanuts.
Okay, so peanut paste versus peanut butter. That was Kellogg. Was Kellogg a Minnesota company?
Yeah, like there's but then it goes and says, and this is the Smithsonian magazine.
Uh-huh.
So let me actually look at this one. So it talks about, okay, yeah. North Americans weren't the first to grind peanuts. The Inca beat us to it by a few hundred years. But peanut butter reappeared in the modern world because of an American, the doctor, nutritionist, and cereal pioneer John Harvey Kellogg. So, yeah, who filed a patent for proto-peanut butter in 1895.
Okay.
That's pretty funny. So Kellogg,
Yeah,
He's a
see, but I had
nutritionist,
read
yeah.
something about some
A
guy.
pharmacist
from-
in-
Yeah, in
Alabama, is that?
Georgia.
Georgia. Let me look up Georgia pharmacist peanut butter invention. Yeah, it says Kellogg is what comes up the most, and then
Okay.
that Marcellus Gilmore Edson with the peanut paste, which was the early version of peanut butter. Then there's this George Washington Carver.
Yeah, what did he do? Because I was gonna say that sounds more familiar. He was something with peanuts though, wasn't he?
George Washington Carver? Yeah,
Yeah.
he's come up a bunch.
What was he? What did he do? Because he might have been out of Georgia.
So, okay, the African American scientist is known as the Peanut Man.
Okay.
Did he actually create the popular spread? George Washington Carver created more than 300 products from the peanut plant, but is often remembered for the one he didn't invent, peanut butter.
Okay, there you go.
But I don't know, he was an agricultural scientist.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the guy. That has to be
Well,
good.
yeah.
George
I mean,
Washington Carver.
Yeah.
That's who I think of when I think of that.
You think of George Washington Carver?
Probably, yeah. That's
This
who
was
comes to mind.
Can you see a picture
Yeah,
of
well, I
him?
thought maybe he had yeah, he might have had more wilder hair when he was younger.
Uh-huh.
I feel like there's like pictures of him that almost have like Albert Einstein hair.
Oh, really?
Yeah, see if there's other like younger pictures of him. Maybe not.
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe not. But no, that's interesting because I think, I mean, he was basically a pharmacist, right?
He was an agricultural scientist.
Agricultural scientist.
There we go, that's a good one of him.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
That was a pretty fancy mustache.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So basically, a peanut butter
Oh, sorry, I went
sandwich. Do you
away.
put butter or anything
I don't know
on
if you
it?
saw that before
Mm.
the pop-up came up.
Yeah, Jeannie makes them for me, so
Yeah.
she
You might be sleeping.
she puts. I have to ask her.
Yeah,
No, she puts butter.
butter. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I've got margarine too that I can use.
Okay.
So if I was making myself, I'd probably use the margarine.
Right. But you've never really been all that picky on any of that
No,
stuff, huh?
no.
Do you have a specific kind of peanut butter that you like?
Crunchy or creamy?
Oh, okay, that's the golden question. Crunchy or creamy?
Yeah. No, I guess I like Skippy peanut butter. And recently they got bought out by Hormel's.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
It's a Minnesota company.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hormel is in Minnesota, isn't it?
Yes,
They're
it
out of
is.
Austin,
Yeah.
Austin, Minnesota.
Yeah. Yeah. But they're, that's a good brand. Let me put it that way.
Mhm.
But yeah, I like it. But I like peanut butter and jelly too.
Right. Yeah, you really don't
Matter
care.
of fact, peanut butter. I think peanut butter and jelly is rated the top sandwich in the country.
It is.
Yeah.
I just saw something recently. I was watching
Yeah.
these. Oh God, it was like a comparison of snacks between the United States and the UK. And some actor was the one who was tasting the different ones to say which ones he preferred. And one of them in the UK was like this Marmite yeast spread, which is really popular in the UK. That they use it kind of like peanut butter. And then there was, I think, like Skippy with like the peanut butter and the jelly stripes around the jar.
Uh-huh.
And he was like, he was like, I actually eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich pretty often. He was like, I actually had one before I got on the plane to come out here because I wasn't sure if they had food on the plane. So he's like, peanut butter and jelly all of the way.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't there like a swirl one where like you get...
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was swirled maybe instead of striped. I don't remember.
You get like
but
a swirled one where it's like peanut butter and jelly at the same time.
what kind of jelly do you like? Grape, strawberry, rhubarb?
I like them all, I guess. Really, just marmalade.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah. Just when I eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or it can be any one of those.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty yummy.
Yeah, I like raspberry a lot too.
Oh, that's where Nick has to get it
Are
from.
you a sweets or a savory guy? Do you like more sweet things or more savory things?
Uh,
I think you've always been a sweet guy. As long as
Probably, that's a good question. I'm contemplating.
Yeah.
Probably the one until recently, until very recently, my favorite was a sweet. I'd consider myself a sweet guy,
Mm-hmm.
but you know, for a sweet guy, just because I am a sweet guy, I kind of quit eating sweets.
Yeah.
You know, for probably lose track of the time, but
Yeah.
probably the last time I ate something a little sweet was probably 6 weeks.
Okay. So it's not
Okay.
you haven't completely abstained from sweets in your life. Just
No,
it's just a minimal.
No, well,
Cut back.
I got this call from my doctor.
Mm.
You know, they were trying to think of how I came about, but they mentioned that it must have been a test that I took that I was testing borderline diabetic.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Borderline,
Yeah.
and that's maybe this 6 weeks ago that I'm talking about.
Right.
So you cut
So-
back a bit.
So then I thought, well, it doesn't help that I'm, at the time I'm eating sweets like they're going out of style.
Yep.
You know, ice cream, well, my favorite,
Right.
you know, but it didn't matter which brand,
Right.
you know, but, or whatever.
You know, it's crazy what sugar is in. I mean, what they put sugar in.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
pretty
yeah, but
wild.
then what I did was I quit. I just kind of, haven't eaten sugar since.
Mm.
You know, but geez, I've taken off some weight.
Yeah.
You know,
That's good. Yeah.
I mean, so what I did was, I think was, well, find out
Right.
when next time I go in to see my doctor. You know,
See the difference.
yeah, I think I'm going to see my borderline thing is gone.
Yeah.
You know, I've improved. I know I've improved because I've taken some tests at home.
Yeah.
With the stick.
Mhm. Do the little blood, the little
Litmus test or
Yeah.
something.
You guys probably have taken those.
Yeah. They would check your blood sugar.
Yeah.
I did do one for a DOT certification, just to get DOT certified.
Is litmus a pH?
What's that?
Litmus?
Yeah, yep. They're just looking for what's the word? Epileptic.
Oh.
Mostly that, but they also probably look for, I'm sure, diabetes and other things like that.
Who's that test for?
Department of Transportation to drive my truck on the freeway to do commercial business with the
okay.
truck on the
I
freeway.
didn't realize they have to do that for.
Yeah, it's when you're towing equipment, I think they make you do
Okay,
it. Or
no, it's a good thing they do, but
yeah, I think even if you're driving for business, I'm not sure.
it's a safety thing
Or
anyway.
not, maybe not business, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's got to be it's a safety thing for sure.
Yeah.
Make sure you're, if you have a prescription, eyeglass prescription, that you're either, you're
Yeah.
wearing your glasses or you're not.
Or if you need one,
Or if
and
you
don't
need
have
one,
one.
you don't have one, exactly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a pretty basic test. I breathe into this glass.
Draw a smiley face, good to go.
Yeah. So that's about it. Yeah.
I'm a sweet tooth. I have the biggest sweet tooth, and Nick is not at all. He likes raspberries. I figured that might be something that he gets from you. But oh man, I'm a sweet tooth through and through.
Yeah. Well, so am I, so I mean, but just because doesn't mean I can't do without it either.
Right.
Right.
It's hard. It's hard to.
It's hard to do, but you can, I'll tell you, I want to take some weight off.
Yeah.
That's a good way to do
Just-
it.
Just knock off the sweets.
Right.
Hard to do, but
Yeah. For me, it's all right. I've never had. Never been one for sweets. I don't know what it is, but I'd rather have a steak or something.
I'm on the other side. I'm
She's
like, I want the
dessert.
chocolate.
She asked for dessert first.
If I had it my way at restaurants, I would ask for dessert as the appetizer. We've done that a couple times, and it confuses the waiters.
yeah, oh sure.
It was pretty good.
So I got a couple last things I guess I'm kind of just curious about, and then if there's anything else that you want to share, you're more than welcome to. Religion, you mentioned, post war coming back, having had studied religion, you mentioned maybe just a little bit. Was that just through the military? Like people around you were religious in that time, or was that something earlier in life that you had been exposed to? It never seemed like it was really something that you had chatted about a lot.
It probably never really played a big role in my life. As a youngster, as a little kid, I can remember joining like the Boy Scouts.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at the time I was probably in grade school, and it was a church that was a couple blocks from my house. I think it was a Baptist church. Just that so happened to be,
Yeah.
But so I joined it, and even though I participated in some of the outings and things like that the Boy Scouts did, and did some things like for example, they wanted you to be able to go out and run a mile,
Right.
but you would,
Physical fitness.
yeah, you could run and stop, and you wanted to do it within a certain length of time just to show you could do it. Well, I did that sort of thing with the Boy Scouts, and then we did some things like, even from that church, we'd go for a hike.
Was the Boy Scouts through the church, or was it?
Well, it was part of the church curriculum, I suppose.
Okay.
It's. I mean, I'm a little kid now, so it's hard to remember
Right.
even how did you go about doing this?
Right.
How did that happen? I don't remember my mother taking me over there to
Right.
join it or anything. I just remember that I was participating in it, and I was doing things like, run. You had to run this mile or whatever it was in a certain length of time,
Right.
and you had some criteria to go by, and that's what you did. So, but other than that, I mean, as far as church goes, I think I mentioned earlier that when I was in the Army, I was considering Catholicism,
Yeah.
and so I actually got started by going to mass on Sundays.
This was after you got back?
No, this was over in Korea.
Oh, in Korea you.
This was during the combat
Yeah.
era, when we were out firing our howitzers,
Right.
and we were, we fired one hell of a lot of rounds.
Yeah.
We were, which I wish I would have saved the article, but we had an article in the Stars and Stripes magazine that pertained to our battery.
Yeah.
Battery D-936 field artillery in the Stars and Stripes, and they mentioned how many rounds we had fired, and I don't recall. I wish I did, but
Yeah.
I can't remember. But they said this was our millionth round, or
Oh, God.
100,000th round,
Yeah.
or 10,000th round.
Wow.
But we had fired one hell of a lot of rounds.
Yeah.
And so enough that we got, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if we set a record. I doubt it.
Right.
Because although we did fire one hell of a lot,
Yeah.
compared to probably what was fired during the Second World War and First World War,
Right.
but it was. I wish I had the article, because
Oh, yeah.
I'm not too keen on remembering the details of it.
That's something we can try to look and see if we can find.
Yeah.
It was in the Stars and Stripes magazine, you said?
Yeah, Stars and Stripes magazine, 936th Field Artillery.
36 field
Artillery.
artillery.
And that was over in Korea. And
So you were, was it something where you had some of the guys that you were closest to over there were doing that on Sundays, or was that something that you found on yourself as, I'm just kind of not doing a whole lot at this moment, I'm gonna go and check this out, or like why religion?
Yeah.
Was it entertainment? Was it spirituality? Was it?
well, it was just something that occurred to me that I wanted to look into,
Right.
and that's what I did. So other than that, I don't think I had, other than the fact that I had married Patty and she was Catholic,
Yeah.
that probably weighed
Yeah.
on my decision.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have probably done it otherwise, but when you're married to somebody that already is one thing and you maybe aren't yourself,
Right.
it might occur to you that, what
Right.
are they seeing it, or,
Sure.
you
Did you guys write to each other while you were overseas?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, we did.
How frequently?
Fairly frequently, I would say probably in the once a week category.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it wasn't something that, yeah. And, I did receive some packages from home.
Yeah.
Patty had really baked some cookies,
Yeah.
things like that.
No kidding.
That, yeah. Well, you find out when you're away from home that something like that means a hell of a lot
Quite a
more,
bit.
a lot more to you
Wow.
than And then what happened was, I wouldn't say that happened a whole lot of times, but sometimes, Patty's girlfriend's mother would send some stuff too.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, it was kind of neat,
Yeah.
awfully nice of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Was you get married in the Catholic Church when you come back. When you came back, did you continue going to mass? Was she going to mass? Was Patty going to mass?
We did, you know, I did, but then it didn't take, you know, looking back at it, I probably started out doing it, but then I didn't stay with it,
Right.
you know.
Life gets busy, you know.
Yeah,
Do you still carry any of that with you, like religion? Do you think about? Do you pray to a God? Do you?
yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's-
do
that's-
pray to God,
Yeah.
yes, I do. And, you know, I say prayers to myself.
Mm-hmm.
I, you know, when somebody asks me if I'll say a prayer for, like, just fairly recent, Jeannie's.
Mm-hmm. Her niece, yeah.
Her niece,
Yeah.
you know, was, you know, had a double lung transplant.
Right.
You know, said a little prayer for her.
Right.
You know, so I'm religious in that respect. That
Sure.
I'm not afraid to ask God for favors.
Sure.
You know, help.
Yeah.
And I think we could also need it. You know, different times,
Right.
maybe in our life, but yeah, yeah.
Do you think about death?
Not much.
No.
You know, I think everybody that's alive is thinking about death. You
Right.
almost have to, because what's the opposite of life? You
Right.
know, death. You know,
Right.
so you know, what are you gonna do about it? I mean, you ain't gonna get out of this world alive anyway.
None of us do. None of us do.
Yeah.
You know, I like that Charles Barkley's, I think it's Charles Barkley, about Father Time is undefeated.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. I never heard him say that.
Yeah,
Charles Barkley.
yeah, really, Father Time is undefeated.
Yeah.
You
Makes
know,
sense.
so
Yeah.
you're probably bound to think of it, you know.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people seem to think that they, you know, I never really gave it this much thought, but they think about, they like to go to sleep and just not wake up.
Sure.
You know, well, if that happens, shit, nobody's gonna know the difference, are they?
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
so, but, you know, I don't know if I would just as soon be cognizant of it, you know,
Right.
when I go. You know, or would I rather just go in my sleep? You know, and you know, I suppose either way you're not going to.
Right.
Well, I guess
Can't control it
I guess
either
there are
way.
probably, for me personally, there are ways that I don't want to die. You know, I don't want to be buried alive or something like that. You know, so I think, you know, to some extent, I think sometimes of like
Or
what I,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But even then, at that point, like,
You don't have any
You
control
know.
over it if it happens that way, you know?
right,
You don't. There's no real use, I think, to your point of worrying about it, because it all happens to us. None of us make it out of this world alive.
Yeah.
Unless, you know, I mean, and then we can start reassessing that phrase once we have people going to Mars and different places, this world. But, you know, like, but no one really does.
well,
Like,
that's the idea of like, you know, there's futuristic thoughts. I mean, okay, let's say human civilization's around for another 1,000,000 years. At some point, we may develop ways of taking what's in our brains and downloading our consciousness. Not that we're even closer to that or anything, but it's the science fiction, it's the science, you know, potential for the future of like what, you know, I want to live for as long as I can. When I was younger, maybe like 10, something in that age. Someone had told me once that the first person that's going to live to 150 has already been born. That doesn't mean that people that are my age are going to live that long, but maybe somebody who was born yesterday is going to be the first one to live to 170.
Mm.
So, as medicines have gotten better, prosthetics have gotten better, what doesn't seem to change is your cognitive abilities decline as you get older, I guess.
But that's the thing, is that I think a lot of people do not necessarily, give up isn't the right word, but they lose having motivation to do things. And I think that's something that you do actually particularly well, is that you have things to live for. You have, you still have routine in your life. It's not just sitting around, to your point, and just waiting for something to happen. You're actually doing things. You're going to work. You have routine with your life, and that's I have no doubt such a humongous factor of why you can. If I look at my grandmother, who passed a year and a half ago, and she had Alzheimer's and dementia, which are two medical conditions, granted, right? But if she would have had other things to keep her more engaged, would those have
Might have made a difference. Might have made somewhat of a difference.
Right, that's what I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's why staying active it can make a contribution.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
It's an effort. It's an effort that you're conscious effort that you're making.
Mm-hmm.
How much good it does you is just. You can't. I look at it as it can't do you any harm. I don't know whether it'll do you any good. It's a matter of degree.
One of the questions I was thinking about earlier today is I was reading the news, and they've scrapped the launch of that rocket again today. They were going to, and then it found a different issue than the issue that they had on Monday, which is like a hydrogen leak. That they weren't able to contain. So they've postponed this again for perhaps Monday or Tuesday. But where were you during the Apollo mission? When that, do you remember that happening? Was that something that you watched or that you tuned into just to when they were on the moon?
To me it seems like there's been so many different things happening that it almost loses the significance, and then really it probably
had at the time.
Didn't mean that much to me. So they launched it, where was I? I was probably watching television like other people, and probably watching it take off, and launching it. But wouldn't you know, it kind of reminds me of certain people still don't think we've ever been to the goddamn moon.
Thank you.
Now, why is that?
I think there's some people that still think the Earth is flat.
Where are they living?
Right.
I know. It's the same thing that's because of goddamn lies and
Yep.
the lies and fibs and shit that's going on in the world. You pretty soon you doubt whether anything is true.
Right.
They can make doubts, make doubts in your mind about anything.
Right.
I think we're kind of reached that point in a way of we can't trust anything we see. And that you almost have to have that investigative mindset to say, how can I verify that this is fact, or that this has.
But that's the real challenge, though, because some things are unverifiable. You can't. I don't know. You have to believe somebody to an extent, right? I believe personally that we landed on the moon and we did all that, but there's people who have put out conspiracies that are also to an extent disprovable, or they can't prove it either way. And so people go, oh yeah, they can't prove that either. And then, gullible people take it to extremes. And then there's also people who manipulate other people because people are manipulable. Like
Able to be manipulated.
right, they can have that told to them and they can believe it a lot easier.
So then I suppose that brings me to another question, is that where we are today, it feels like we're both young, right? We haven't seen as many years as you have and have made world events that have transpired. But it seems like it's a particularly chaotic time. It feels like it has been for the last several years with the pandemic having happened. Weren't around for the Spanish flu and that, what was that, 1920?
1918.
1918, so neither were you, I suppose, though, at that time, but
No.
what is it whenever there's been things that have happened, like the World War, like Korea, like some of these wars and these different huge world impactful events that have happened, what's been something that's been solace for you, that you've taken as solace, or that you've been able to mentally get through, be able to cope with all of the craziness that's going around? What's something that, has it been your family that you've leaned on, in the peace that you have at home? Or have there been other things that have provided you with comfort when there's craziness going on outside in the outside world?
That's a good question. I would say this is probably applies to practically everybody. It's probably your own little circle of family that allows you to carry on regardless of what happens. You think that your family is indestructible in a way. And I think in a way it is, because as long as you're still around and you're still able to greet each other.
Mm-hmm.
But even after they're gone, you still, there's something about it that just allows you to carry on. Really. I don't think I could put it any other way.
It seems that you've always
It's a
had-
thing of beauty that you have a family, and I mean, everybody doesn't even have that, so, what about the people that don't have? Well, if they don't, well, they can, I guess you could always say, well, why can't they just adopt a family?
Mhm.
Well, I think
Friends.
that's what they do.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You don't, it doesn't have to be your own, it doesn't probably have to be your own flesh and blood.
Right.
It can be another human,
Right.
Agreed. You seem to have always had your family in particular have a very strong bond, very strong connection
Oh, yeah.
with
yeah,
one another.
Yeah.
It's always something I've admired about your family.
Yeah. Jeannie's the same way she's got
What?
we're talking about family. You've got an awfully nice family.
Close
You
knit.
know, brothers and,
I still got
and they're still,
7 of the 9 of us living.
still,
I
yeah,
was second oldest.
that's pretty damn nice. 7 of the 9,
amazing.
you know.
That's amazing.
Then my little sister that was born 2 weeks before I left for college, she turned, what did she turn? About 78 on Monday.
Wow.
So,
Is she second youngest, you said? Or
What?
she is the youngest, or she's second
Yeah,
youngest?
she's the youngest.
She's the youngest. Wow.
Because I was 17 when I turned 18 in November. Yeah. So that's like, and of course, I have a sister that was born in 42, and a sister that was born in 45, yeah. So yeah, I was busy helping my mom.
I would say so, yeah, no joke. All the little ones to look after.
Yeah. So I wasn't in a big hurry to have kids.
I bet.
Because Marla was, Jack and I were both 25 when we got married.
Well, what do you say we wrap this up? I don't know if you guys want to go down to the Stone Arch Bridge and walk down there once, and maybe we'll take it's just literally just right here,
That's about a block away.
a walk away.
Okay.
Check that out. And
Yes,
then,
China. This is the, oh god, it doesn't even say it. Su Peng Ho. It won't even tell me what the river this is. Or just China and North Korea. It's not
Yeah.
Seoul.
excellent.
It's too bad they don't have them in English.
I know. And then down here by Seoul, because there's Seoul down there. Oh yeah, let me exit out of that. So
Can
here-
you see where the 38th parallel is?
Yeah, let me see, 38th parallel. I'll pull it up on 38th parallel. Korea. I want to see it on an actual map. Can it not bring me up on an actual map?
Is that the dividing point of North and South Korea?
Yeah, basically.
That's what that was the dividing line that
They established that DMZ.
They established that the dividing line between North and South Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is the river then maybe. No, Gumiri? It doesn't sound like it. Because here's a big river that flows in. And this is about, I mean, here's South Korea and here's North Korea.
And there's Seoul.
Yeah, and there's Seoul, so.
Well, this is like 60 miles north of Seoul.
Yeongcheon. Yeah, let me do. Haju. We should just show me the frickin' river. Let me see, river on 38th parallel. Yeah, river. Ah, no, that's not what I. Oh my gosh. It says Han River? From the mouth of the Han River, yeah, 38th parallel, runs about 150 miles across the peninsula from the mouth of the Han River on the west coast.
Okay, well then the Yellow River must have been the one that was up on the China border.
This one? This one? Which one do you want? Nate?
I want to see if it's maps or is it rivers. No.
Yeah, here's the Han River, but the Han River so that's just the start of it. And then Indian.
What's this one up here? Yalu. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yalu's
Yalu.
on the. So it wasn't the Yalu because you said you were just north of the 38th parallel, so you weren't.
Yeah, Yalu is the one that
You
separates
weren't.
China from
You
North
weren't
Korea.
in North Korea. You were.
Han, by the Han River then.
Okay.
It had to be by the Han,
That makes sense.
Well, no, because he was. Where's Seoul? Oh, okay. Yeah,
Right
that's
there.
right.
And so
Yeah, that
Han
makes-
River runs through Seoul, but it starts up here.
So then, do you
In
know
the
where
bay.
were you more north
north of
East
the 38th.
or northwest?
Well, I think that line here
Is the 38th.
38th parallel.
Yep,
Yeah.
so you were north of that.
North of that.
You're
just-
north of the 38th
So
parallel.
we said north.
Oh,
so
I
it
think
might
it
have
was
been
north of
North Korea.
Seoul.
It is north of Seoul. That's
yeah,
still
it
north
was
of
north
Seoul.
of Seoul also.
No, I know, but I thought he had just said north of.
It was both north of Seoul and north of the 38th.
Okay.
But if you get over there, you know, it's,
Oh yeah, we'll look into it, see if we can find out where. And you were there during which years?
52.
Yeah, 50, 52, 53,
How cool would that be
yeah,
to bring that full circle?
yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if it's on the North Korean side. How probably can't even get over there.
Oh, probably not, yeah.
I mean,
You're probably right, that's probably,
You know?
Unless they,
thinking about that,
yeah.
unless they do a tour or something.
Unless they change their mind about
Or
letting people through, you're probably right. It's unlikely,
Hey, Dennis Rodman can get through.
yeah. Well, he was kind of a buddy of the dictator, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he still is. I think I just heard that he's recently been talking to Putin tue.
What?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, no.
How weird.
I don't know. It's kind of goofy.
Well, okay.
Should I throw on some shoes?
Well, thanks, Grandpa. Really appreciate you taking some time to talk with us again.
Thank you.
We can put all these together and send it out for Christmas presents to everybody.
To the 10 years, so you know,
That's a lot to cover in 10 years, though. You know what I mean? A lot of your
That's-
lives.
that's a long, what do you call it, shacking up.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah.
Oh, how cool.